So,
If we kill everyone on the war council, probably.
first things first. Yeah, that would do it.
Given
that
the power level of some of the people on that council, I suspect.
You might be doing yourself more of a disservice than you know.
Yeah.
Not myself.
Do you have any nominees? It's been a little while. Do you guys remember?
I feel like giving it to the guy who's not going to be part of the council is the correct decision. I mean, I'm going to nominate Redrick for pulling off
so that I can not roll any dice this session.
Listen,
I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I refuse to metagame.
We gotta put it somewhere. So let's put it with the guy that's
not gonna be able to. Yeah, let's debuff the guy who's not gonna be rolling.
Protection from the curse a little bit.
I mean, he's my nominee at least.
Yeah,
out
definitely.
the gate.
Whether he is with us or not, I would second that nomination for last session.
Runar had a really good riddle.
Also,
Runar did have a good riddle.
Thank you.
I do recall this. Also, the auto writing stuff was.
Oh, there was some.
Yeah, his new, less flashy, predictive writing of some. Not predictive writing. I don't know what it is.
Writing.
I don't remember it. Omen. Read Omen. Read Omen is cracked.
Spell GPT.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Spell
turns out.
GPT. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's that he had some very, very useful omens.
Tor did a great job of staying out of the way.
Yes, he did.
Redrick
job of birding.
People are so healthy that we got them out of here a day earlier.
Yeah,
that's true.
And we're going to war council a day early. So
it is accurate.
Here we go.
That one's going to go to Redrick this round.
Let's go.
Okay. Crisis averted.
You can blame me for nominating
It's so dumb
him.
that that's just what we do with it.
What do you mean?
Hey.
What's dumb about it?
Can I give it away?
Can you give it away?
Why don't you explain what you mean, Kevin?
Say it to my face.
Also, we sold the... Oh, this was last session too, right?
Don't tell me you believe that
we
they're
sold the
helpful.
kukri for like a king's ransom because I
Oh my gosh, that was so good, actually.
No, that was the one before.
made friends
Right?
with that guy.
Do we need to call back?
It might have been the one before, I don't know.
Yeah, it was the session before.
You're right.
Dude, we could have just... that was the same day as Lady Call.
And the dude was like, watch me cook when the
Yeah.
people show up. Or when the red hand shows up. It was pretty...
I'm excited.
Dude was
some,
pretty hard for
some
a side
random
character.
legends coming out of the woodwork for this thing.
Let us begin in Brindle. You all have just discovered that the War Council for Brindle's defense will happen at noon on the 37th day, tomorrow. You know that one of your allies, Redrick, is a good deal away from the city at this point. And you are more or less a day from this council. What do you wish to do with this day? Good news and bad news, I suppose. Good news, obviously, that a bit more time has been saved.
I shall pick up my armor.
I will say, we have been extremely efficient on average in this campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of time.
So half the time when we died, that was not efficient.
That's a valid point. But we had bought some breathing room so that we could afford to...
Yeah.
We really only lost like
We
one
planned ahead
or
to
two
die.
days.
Literally a
for
breathing room.
handling
Yeah.
the deaths.
Zach, how empty is the city at this point? Like, I know you said it's not. It's more like they've made a lot of progress. It's not like everyone's gone, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's clear to you that there are many residents of Brindle that have no interest in leaving the city.
Okay.
So while certainly it does not look like the Brindle you remember, flush with trade and travelers, it's not empty.
Okay.
It looks back to normal on like a very, very quiet day.
Okay. So now it's like the city is much more navigable.
Oh, yes.
Than it used to be.
Oh, yes.
I would like to, since I struck out at Alondri's for both his, what's the word for it? His gate attenuator and my archaic wayfinder, I'd like to go search the city for one or both of those items if he wants to come with me.
Let's go
Yeah.
loot the city while people are still in it.
I
Wow,
imagine
my
there's
volume
still
is
some
not
merchants
needed.
left, right?
90.
There are some, yes.
Yeah, that's my goal. It's not to go looting. It's not to go looting people's houses. It's above board. Oh, it's above board.
There are many of the merchants are now
Right,
trying to ply their wares for defense,
Yeah.
Is there gonna be a full moon? I'm gone.
and or to the last few remaining
Defense
refugees,
wares are great. They-
trying to
Full moons?
sell them items to arm
Can't
themselves
steal
on their
them.
path.
Yeah.
So you kind of know where to find them.
Right.
But yeah, you take some time and I guess case the city a little bit looking for these items, right?
Yep.
Do both of you do that?
Yeah, I'll go along.
Do you guys drop off your armor at
Yeah.
Shivs?
Yeah, if
Yeah,
it's-
we'll do that
if we
first.
can.
You can do that.
Or you can give me your armor and I'll take it there.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
You just make sure you're not wearing armor if you get in.
Can you map out the city so I can see if
I
it's on the
cannot.
way?
It is not
Can
on
you-
the way.
Can you also see if you can get us a loner base
Oh, wow.
armor from this guy, like just generico leather armor?
I have that
You'll be fine for
mutagen,
a
so
day.
honestly,
Oh yeah, I have a mutagen too. Never mind.
Yeah.
You'll be fine for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Which item are you looking for first?
What all are we looking for?
I'm looking for an archaic wayfinder. You're looking for a
Gate attenuate.
yeah.
Where's your tarot deck? To tell us
Uh,
which to look for first.
I'm gonna say fate tells me that we should look for the archaic wayfinder first. So,
So
once it
so
fails,
I'm
you'll
looking for two arcane wayfinders.
another archaic wayfinder.
I'm looking for two of them. If I can find one, great. If I can find two, but
Twice as good.
they are. I will say for the if it affects the fate's decision, they're interesting because they're not specific to an element. They are just a general attunement device.
Oh, you mean
Oh,
gate
these are gate
Gate
attenuators?
attenuator?
You're
Yeah.
for two of them, not
Yeah,
archaic
you need-
wayfinder.
Oh, okay.
I thought you had some tech now about kineticist archaic.
No, sorry. You
wayfinders.
said. I think you said archaic.
Wayfinder.
Is what he needs.
Is what I
yeah,
need.
that's right.
You
Okay,
So I
sorry.
put the word in your head.
Yeah, sorry. My bad. My bad.
Yeah.
But-
Attenuators are generic, and you just need one per element that
Yeah.
you wield with attack rolls to
Right.
be effective.
Oh, Lenny, can you give me some, please?
Yes.
So sorry, you said
I
you want the
got it out and then
arcane
forgot.
wayfinder first?
Yeah, the archaic wayfinder.
Archaic wayfinder. Okay.
Despite its rarity,
You find 3?
you find an archaic wayfinder.
Oh, hallelujah! Praise the
The
fates.
chances were
It's an
quite
old
low.
family heirloom that they're not willing to part
Where'd you
with.
find it?
Oh, I feel like
I killed them and take it.
Death.
It's for the greater good.
No witnesses. It's no big deal.
No witnesses. There's so many people. That's how you do this. Kill all of them?
I'm pretty sure that when I roleplayed this, there was no one there.
Unfortunately, no luck on the gate attenuators. You do feel that someone could probably make one for you if you commissioned it.
This was.
This is where our friend Redrick would make one if he was here.
Ignore that one. It's not meant to be. I'm getting him a different one. That one has decided its fate.
I was busy.
I was just giving him the D20s. I can get him more of the rest of the sets that you don't have to hand over to me. Where's the blue one?
I feel like Grunar wanders around and then he
I'm
like
gonna do
passes
this
by one
instead
of
way
one of
I
the
generally do it.
just some guy like packing up his stuff. He's going to leave and he just thinks to himself, I think this is where I'm going to find it. It's like what, and he just the guy just happens to have it. Just a stroke of pure luck that it's not even like a.
Some refugee sold it to him 10
yeah,
minutes
exactly.
ago.
It was like this guy has no idea what it is. He's just like, yeah, sure, I'll sell it to you for the price, the standard street price.
Purple and red. Green is.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's-
it's the hated.
that is
You're right.
joyful. All those failures, we finally succeeded.
You return to Shanks then?
I do, yes. With 2 more suits of armor in tow.
Looks like he's found a couple more
Oh, thank you.
engravers, and they are busy he set up some like makeshift workbenches,
Mhm.
so more people can work in in the premises at the same time. And it looks like even he's kind of been practicing himself a little bit, just trying to make the most of this as possible, the little time you guys have. But yeah, he kind of greets you as you walk in with your arms full and says, "What's this?"
This is what I mentioned yesterday. In addition to dropping my armor off, which I'm going to pick up for that resilient rune, need to add that onto these two puppies too. They're actually armor; they're not dogs.
But if we had a puppy, I would like it to be resilient.
Me too.
How? What's your timeline on these? When do they need to be done?
Tomorrow. Not really. As soon as possible.
Uh,
Ideally
For the war
tomorrow.
council meeting that we'll start fighting.
Yeah.
I'll
It
I'll
depends
obviously
on-
see what I can do.
But it depends on how feisty this war council meeting goes.
Well, I don't think Jarmath's the one to come to blows with you.
Not if I'm in resilient armor. It's not.
Maybe that lady Call, but
She'll be there. So will what's her name? Trilara.
well,
Tridora.
I think Trid.
Probably, but maybe
Trilara.
Trilara. Maybe Trilara too.
Celeria, Tridora are here. Trilara might be. Tridora is who I meant. That's right.
Well, I don't think she's one to smite a Brindle resident unless they suddenly grow horns and start spewing fire.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
That might qualify me for it.
But is mine done?
Oh, yeah, it is actually. Hold on, one sec. He digs in a pile in the other room where they've just been trying to churn through as much stuff as possible. He takes a moment to like pull it out of the pile and sort of polish it up, clean it up a little bit before he presents it to you.
Man, that's cleaner than it's ever been with me. So I'll take it, and then I will look at him real quick and say, yeah, I'm not good at this negotiating stuff, but since we're buying 3 of these, do you want to give us a slight discount?
Make a diplomacy check.
I don't even know if I want it to be a diplomacy check. I'm just upfront being like, you know what, if you want, fine. Otherwise, I'm glad to just pay full price. 12.
Hey, that's an above average roll.
It's actually not. I'm too
And he will
far
he
off.
will know that I'm not even like
Oh,
Rex.
yeah.
Rex is not trying to be like savvy or anything. This is the most like upfront. Hey, it'd be cool if you gave us a deal, but like also I get it.
Being a lot cooler.
I'll pay it.
Well, how about this? You prevent this place from getting burned to the ground, and we'll talk about a pretty steep discount.
All right. I mean, I will prevent it. Am I coming back here for like a rebate, or is this like? I
Let's
was
say
assuming I need to
future
pay
goods
you
and
up front.
services.
Put resilient plus 2 runes when you come back next time if we successfully
Alright.
defend the
I
city.
get
Yeah.
it. I get it. See, I told you I wasn't business savvy.
You'll get there. Spend a decade in prison, and you'll learn, just like me.
I'll try to learn outside of prison, and I'll hand him the money that the cumulative money we owe him for this. So
Okay, you have it spaced out or whatever.
1,020 gold.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Chad just go get dropping 1,000 gold.
For his sake, he doesn't lord it over you or anything. He takes it and gets back to work. Says, "Good luck. Good luck with that council."
Yeah, I'll probably just be standing there. Anyways, you guys keep at it.
Yeah, most of the people working here don't even look up. They're just like so lost in their well, that leaves Davian.
I am going to see that the marketplace is returned to its original usage of training militia.
Ah, okay, absolutely. You can't muster everybody right away, but you can begin to sort of set some things up. Probably most of what you'd be talking about for the morning here is just talking to the lieutenants, sort of laying plans for the coming days.
Yep. If troops actually assemble for training and stuff, I'll just talk about like tactics and walls and how it's more important that you keep ladders off the walls than to actually be killing the people coming over the just
Some warfare lore.
yeah
Some
yeah.
nuggets.
Tidbits of advice. If you see someone who looks like they're wearing robes, kill them first. Take out the clerics. Take them
All right. And Redrick.
Mm-hmm.
So you at this point, I think a little more time has passed for you. But what are your plans post discussion?
Does this
He's going to Disney World.
the discussion happen in the morning? Is that accurate? or
Yes.
Yes.
no? Well, I'll probably. To clarify, did they agree to both sending clerics and to coming for the refugees? Halfway there.
Just the halfway, I think.
Yeah, they did not agree to send clerics to,
Oh, I thought they did.
to Brindle.
Fuck.
No, they agreed
Oh.
to house the refugees and to relieve the
Soldiers that are
soldiers so that Brindle could have all of its capacity.
I know the sending clerics was mentioned, but I guess that was just that
Made
was,
your hopes too high for Denavar.
All right. Well, I'll just. I feel like there was some logistical information. I'll probably just spend some time making sure I give them all the logistical information that they might need as far as planning to pick up those refugees. Although I do know that what's her name? I have a name in my head, but it's wrong. The person from Drellin's Ferry is going to be there shortly, and she can explain everything.
Oh yes.
So I'll sort of do that, say my goodbyes to my old boss, and Luca, that was his name.
There are 5 of us.
And then find the Owl Rider and try and come back home.
Right away.
Yeah, I mean, the sooner I get back, the sooner I can do other things.
Is there anything you want to look for in Denavar, though? Like, purchase-wise?
I don't have any money.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, we sent him broke AF over there.
That was a good move.
What if he gets mugged?
I would look for anything that adds D6 damage to my axe, because right now it doesn't have that.
It just says
but-
Ghost Touch, right?
Yeah, it wasn't going to do us much good here. But yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, but I know that the plus 1d6 is much more likely to do me some good.
I mean, debatable.
Yeah, but not very.
I didn't say
Correct.
it's not a good debate, but
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
debatable.
Exactly. But even if I did find one, I can't afford it. I have like less than $10 right now.
Just steal it.
So I'll start heading back, and when it becomes nighttime, I will send another dream message to, I think, Davian about what I was able to accomplish as far as getting them to take the refugees, so we can go ahead and plan for those people to be back for the fight.
Okay. And then you spend the rest of the day traveling.
And have competing dreams that talk to my sword, but also have some very specific dreams. Can be
Davian,
meshed together.
I'm getting busy signal.
Static in your
you guys
dream.
make a mistake. You end up talking to his sword.
Yeah. Who the fuck are you? Who are you?
I'm actually the person who found you.
Yeah.
Damien kind of like stole it. It was a little shitty, but I found all this other really sweet armor later, so it kind of balances out a little bit.
My armor doesn't talk to me.
Dork. Get better armor.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for me.
Dork.
Okay. The plan for heading back is the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stop by the. I'll like fly over the refugees just in case something like if something's happening. Land probably briefly talk with who's the person I just don't remember.
Wait, are you talking about Serana?
Yes.
Cool.
I hit
I also like
the name of a
that
room in
one.
my head and I knew that was wrong. And I couldn't get it out.
These were the ones when my brain started getting more creative.
Okay. Well,
It was also later when I made this list.
that leaves the rest of our Brindle contingent. This has taken probably most of the morning, probably well into early afternoon at this point. So there's still some daylight left, though, with which you can use if you really want to.
I would like to purchase a
What is that?
bottle
Is that?
of liquor.
It's not one of our cars, is it?
It sounds like it's coming from that way. I would like to buy some dark vision potions, if I could.
Are there
See
any?
See anything from the driveway?
It's not our. It's not my car.
Probably not.
Good.
What about this? Is it Lance's car or my car?
Oh yeah.
I didn't see any blinking lights though, like in the direction of where we usually park.
Nope. Looks like none of our cars.
Okay.
I think it was a service truck.
Which was
Honking
which should be, like,
nonstop?
up the list.
The Veil's Rebuke. I liked. Vanguard is good. I was trying to think of a. I feel like I was close to thinking of a word, but then I got distracted because.
Car alarm was going off.
No, because there's probably a lot of consumables that would be helpful to me that I don't have any of. Dark vision elixirs of moderate quality, if there would be any of those. I'd love to buy.
Oh, the moderate ones?
Yeah.
Yes, actually.
Layoff.
Immersal has two.
I will buy them. How much are they?
11 gold, I think, each. Let me double
Too
check.
edgelordy, but could
11
play
gold
off of the
each.
Elsier.
Yeah, I'll take both of those.
That one's tongue in cheek. It's not actually an available option. It's
Notice
what we
that
call-
my idea is not getting
It's what we
much
call
consideration.
plagiarism. My idea was my most recent one. It's plagiarism.
It's a little too. I mean, it's correct. It is technically correct.
Our suggestions are getting worse and worse.
What the fuck?
We're talking about group names over here.
Oh.
Yes.
Just so you know.
Figured right before the War Council might be a decent time to figure out something 30 sessions in.
I'd like
Yeah,
to do
if
some
we came up with
automatic
just like that
writing,
piece,
Zach.
would be
Okay.
awesome. I would love it. It
And
would make me very
I think what I want to do is siege lore, and I want to recall knowledge on useful traps for slowing like an army at the walls or within urban combat.
Okay.
And that's a occultism. I will guidance myself.
Right.
That's a really good roll. Alright, let me know what a 35 gets me.
35. You learn a lot about various traps. However, quite a few of them are sort of only spoken of in passing, as they're not good against groups. There are a great deal of traps that have plagued adventurers through the ages.
Oh, I love the idea. I love the idea that the way that I'm receiving this is all of these adventurers just falling into traps. I love the idea that
Getting
that's how they're
stabbed,
receiving.
getting crushed.
And this is like a really unpleasant experience for me.
There are a couple
Yeah.
that stand out
Yeah.
as perhaps feasible,
Right.
and they are the sort of specific flavor of trap involving pits, capturing unwary passerby, either removing them from battle by just
Mm-hmm.
keeping them underground, or wounding them by letting them fall on spikes or the like,
Mm-hmm.
and taking them out of the battle in that way. These are some of the only traps that could feasibly be effective against larger numbers of foes. At least that are practical to
Right.
use or
And to
create.
create in the short period of time that we have. Like, we're not doing any civil engineering projects in a
Yes.
week.
Or immense feats of magic,
Right.
for that matter.
Which we also don't have.
The other thing about all of these traps that the automatic writing reminds you is that they are dangerous for allies in uncertain situations.
Mm-hmm.
Without proper preparation and training, allies are prone to falling for them like enemies in some cases. So that's something to keep in mind. But you're confident with the details provided. You could, with some crafting know-how and a lot of time, or man hours, that is,
Yeah.
craft either a hidden pit hazard or a spiky pit trap hazard.
Nice.
Also on a side note, but related, when we first talked about this and I had mentioned us setting up like fallbacks with like alleyway archer like ambushes, and then I got to that point in Memories of Ice. I was like, this felt like it wasn't like a super novel idea, but now it's definitely
literally a novel idea.
It was like you could have assumed that I was already at that point in the book with what they used as some of their like defense mechanisms. I was
I
like,
forgot about that part.
they actually
Sorry,
like
which part?
Capistan, the defense of it.
What,
They fought
It's like
for
so
every
much
street,
urban
basically.
combat.
Oh, yeah.
And they would set up like kills, like
yeah.
archer, like kill like alleys.
Yep.
That when they would come up, they would just.
Yeah.
They have a lot more explosives than you guys have.
They
In
do.
Return of the King, when they're losing Osgiliath and like they're evacuating, and then suddenly it's like, oh hey, look, a line of archers to conventionally wipe out
Oh, that
the
is so cool.
Yeah.
dozen people following me.
Yeah.
That kind of ambush.
Yeah.
And I guess the Reed Omens. I think my first goal, and I guess one of the ways I want to spend the rest of the day is I want to scout out potential locations for like water towers. Like basically, here's the idea to give you the context. We are afraid of fire spreading in the city. Actually, can you tell me like how are most of these buildings wooden? I'm assuming the cathedral is stone. Is that fair to say? But most of the buildings are wooden.
Yeah, most of the buildings are wooden. All of the residences of the
Big shots.
yeah, the nobles are stone,
Yeah.
along with all of the temples to the various gods in the city. And the main hall, obviously, where Lord Jarmath resides, is also stone. There are a few other stone buildings throughout the city. Obviously, there are stone gatehouses near most of the entrances to the city, and especially the two bridges that lead north across the river. That all of that structure is stone.
Yeah.
But yeah, the vast majority of the buildings are wood.
Yep. That makes sense. So my goal is to contain fire by spreading out water towers. So basically, like these, the way I imagine it is making obviously not in modern water tower, right? Like a big enough thing that you could put out fires locally, and he would fill them up basically.
Interesting.
Yeah, so we wouldn't have to do anything crazy, try to divert the Elseer, because it'd be hard to get that much water in without. So that's my goal. Is we're gonna build water towers and then have a small contingent of militia man those in the event of a fire.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Sounds good.
Yep. And then I guess second read omen is
Wait, you're using a read omen
yeah,
on
read
that?
omen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and the second one is what?
Second one is prevent the Barghasts. The goal is to prevent the Barghasts from infiltrating Brindle.
Okay.
So we know, because he's back by now, and he's told us, presumably you told us that you saw all of those Barghasts, right?
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the other goal that I have for today.
Yeah, I'm also assuming just at the end of this day, we gather in person and talk about the fact that the War Council is tomorrow, and make sure that we're all on the same page with what we're.
I think that makes sense. I forgot I did that whole we did a Shadow Dark run that
Lenny can see it now.
what? Oh,
Sorry.
that Doug ran.
Rex can though.
And it's the whole point of it is just to get to a first level character so you can start a campaign. So everybody just runs 0th level characters. This is when you were at the baseball game.
I saw Chad and a little bit of the better of the context.
And you just, the whole idea is just your character has 1 HP and your AC is 7.
Oh my god.
And so
Globagoo with no health.
I think Doug went, or I think Bill went through 3 characters, and I think collectively we had 11 character deaths, and my random stupid halfling survived until the very last moment.
No.
And then died at the last second.
No.
We had a TPK at the very at the
no.
very end, and I wrote that I had ChatGPT help me with an epic poem for my grand halfling who survived.
That's amazing.
Okay. Well, while I put this together for Read Omens, what do you guys want to discuss as a group in terms of preparation for the War Council tomorrow?
First, before I rejoined them, I purchased a bottle of liquor
Okay. That's easy to find right now.
Swell.
It seems as though the whole city's drinking quite a lot, but because there are no travelers, there are a lot fewer mouths drinking, so there's plenty to go around.
I will certainly have at least a glass with me. I'm not pulling straight from the bottle.
Yes, I think you guys can chime into my sort of thought that I think Elaine and I especially went back and forth, sort of brainstorming, is that we definitely don't want to engage them outside the walls. We don't want people en masse going outside the walls. Like maybe if there's something that we have to deal with, like if there's a siege weapon or something, then like maybe we can handle that.
Yeah.
But I think
We got. I'll have some scrolls. Fireball's got a 500-foot range.
that's pretty good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then like other than that, like the rest.
Anti-siege equipment.
The only thing that I think that might be worth going outside the walls for and with are flying enemies.
Mhm.
If there's dragons zooming in and out, and we want to fly and pursue them, I think that's.
No. We bring them down in our domain. Earthbind, baby.
That's a really good one. And I guess that was sort of the what I don't want the council doing is some like plan that they had in the first place, where they're thinking of cavalry charging. I think that's no, I think our best bet is use the walls to our advantage and whittle them down until we can't hold the walls. Then we sort of fall back to these like street.
Setting up the defenses so that we're not too dense and too dependent on not losing the walls.
Mhm.
No, make taking the walls hurt, but plan on losing
Yes.
them and know what you're doing after that.
Yeah, and like the after that is basically like we have the street,
The
sort
urban
of yeah,
warfare
the
thing.
urban warfare. Like we set up blockades and street traps, and like we like use the the temple of Sarenrae is like pretty central, right? And it's the biggest building in the city,
Cathedral.
the cathedral of
Yes.
Sarenrae,
It's by a good margin.
and it is fairly central to the city.
The Cathedral of Sarenrae is not dead center.
Right.
The Jarmath's Keep is dead center, on the top of a hill. So even though the cathedral is much larger, it is not the highest point in the city.
Right.
But that said, yeah, it's generally fairly central to the city.
And is it closer to the west? They're coming from the west. The bulk of the area, right? I guess more could come. But like, is it closer to the west wall than it is
We also don't
the
know
dead center?
that they aren't going to try and come from the north too. Like we've got
Right.
Uber wall all to the everywhere but the north, and those bridges seem like a.
Right, but I think it's harder. I think that it's harder to. I'm thinking like bulk of the army, basically. Like part of the army, I agree, could definitely be there. I think bulk of the army.
I don't think that's spoilery. I put the map of Brindle. You guys have been there long enough. I think you can see the map.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, splendid.
So is number
Stupendous.
I'm guessing 17. That's
Oh yes. Okay. So 17 is the.
is that the cathedral?
17 is the cathedral. Yes.
Okay, it's the biggest building. I just picked the biggest building I could find.
18 is the keep.
Okay, so that's a pretty cathedral's in a pretty good spot then for so I guess to continue on. I was thinking, and we started talking about this. That's like the central rally point where what can happen is we can have like injured soldiers can retreat there to be healed. We like cluster the clerics, and then we create like these and there's like safe corridors basically where like in between barricades, the front lines, and back to the cathedral. Like we sort of try to funnel the fighting like that. Like-
sorry, so say again.
So most
The cathedral is 17.
Yep.
yeah.
Jarmet's is 19 or 18.
I think he said 18.
That tracks. It definitely looks more keep-like.
It looks like it's on a hill. That the topographical circle tells me it's on top of the hill.
Yeah,
Looks
8.
like a pile of rubble.
And then 5 is where we're training the militia, right?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I like where the cathedral's located, and it's
Bridgel's way smaller than I thought.
yeah. So I think that that was our thought is like centrally locate the clerics, and like if we need, basically what we can do too is they
I
can.
mean, there should be a group of more centrally located clerics. but-
This was my argument too.
Right,
is
but
definitely
that
not
we
all of them.
absolutely should have some toward the front because you don't want a fragile front line.
Well, my thought is like you have them at you have them like at the fallback points, and you can shuffle them back from the like you could shuffle them back from the nexus, like the cathedral, as they use their spell slots. You don't need to put the because we're holding like these.
we have rotating
there's-
groups.
I was gonna
That's
say
what we
there's
do.
also I'm sure when we get there's some of the clerics are battle ready and others are not, and you sort of let their capabilities dictate where they should go.
But even soldier wise, what we'll want to do is we're gonna have when it seems like it's tide is starting to push against them. That's where we swap out people who have been fighting retreat,
Yeah.
swap for fresh troops, and have basically a cycle of them going back to cathedral to be like healed. And then that way you keep the front line as your freshest troops, at least to the best degree that you can.
Right.
The other thing is that like soldiers on the front line could just die. It doesn't matter if you get them back to the clerics to be healed if they're just dead.
Yeah.
Which is why having clerics in the
Well,
front line just
Yeah, we're gonna have
to
we'll
spam
have some up
stabilize.
there.
I think
at 30-foot range and not in direct harm's way helps them get back surviving.
Yep, that's why at checkpoints we should have clerics.
Like I
stationed.
wouldn't. My point is I don't want like any of them on the walls because that's really hard. I don't want them in that much danger because like one cleric can save 10, 15 lives, so I don't want to.
Yeah, it's also pointless to have them on the wall.
That's
Yeah.
chump change. What are we
Yeah.
talking about?
Well, this is our
Get-
this is our case.
get yourself
So
a-
that's why
a
it's
tour
like
that
like
can
you
do
said,
both.
like you said, like we
Be a
would
little
want
bit
them
bad
Get my-
luck
get
if
my
you're
Chimeras as
fireball.
friends.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd be a little bad
we
luck
want
if
them to
you're
be
fireboat, then,
in relative safety at like blockade checkpoint places and have them rotating
Able
from
to solar explosion
the-
every 12
central-
seconds during a
the-
siege war.
Cathedral Cathedral. This also seems like it's the safest building besides maybe the keep because like you can't presumably you can correct me if I'm wrong, Zach. Presumably it's like a closed cathedral, like it's not open roof. It's pretty sturdy.
Yes, it's think like a classical like I don't know what that style's called, but like flying buttresses, like highly ornate.
Yeah, like Notre Dame.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because
Lots and lots of windows.
right. Okay. Yeah. So that's
It's
sort
a
of
hand
sort of
moving
what I was
defense,
thinking about.
right? Yeah.
And
So
that's like our
buttress.
general plan.
Just say that to the war council.
And then and I think the other ideas were like have a militia. This is where it's nice to have like people maybe who aren't the best at fighting, but they can bust open a water tower and put out a fire, basically. So that's and then that's sort of my thought. And then have the Owl Riders. My thought for them is, I wouldn't want them like trying to 1v1 dragons, but like there are other flying enemies we've seen, right? And they can handle handle a group of them. I feel like could handle. What was the last thing we fought? Was it Manticore?
They can absolutely handle a Manticore.
They can handle a
because what's it called? I mean, they were able to group kill the Swamp Fiend, like one of them, right?
Oh yeah, that's
and
right.
then the other part of it is we killed a not a manticore. We killed a chimera.
Yes, Chimera.
We killed a chimera at
That's so
level
good, Zach.
5, and they were stronger than
Absolutely
us
love
at that point when we met them.
All right, that's awesome.
So, I think their objective is not to engage dragons, but to engage frontline flyers that try to come in. So to protect our guys from aerial attacks. And if there are no current airborne enemies coming at our front line, then what they should do is just strafing runs to shoot arrows down on the enemies.
Yeah, so we want to keep them pretty safe. We'll handle the dragons. Maybe Immerstal can help us with the dragons because he seems like he's.
We've not yet spoken to this guy. He will not be fighting.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be a fighter either.
Didn't Zach say that he was gonna be
At the council.
No, I think Zach said last time that him and his cadre of mages was going to be part of the defense. I thought that was
It was not yet completely clear.
okay.
You learned a little bit vaguely about what his flavor of
I was say I know a
Arcana
little
is.
more. Yeah, I guess I
But-
know a little more than.
But it wasn't exactly
Yeah.
clear on what he's capable of, or even what he wants to do.
That's fair. Sure, I forgot I did the lore thing. Yeah, so I think that's our general pitches of how we want to fight the battle, not inside the walls until the walls we're not able to hold it. Put some traps and make them pay for every inch. Use the temple, the cathedral, as a central point where we station the majority of the clerics, and then have the clerics at these blockades as well.
We also should try to sell this to the, I don't know if we'll be able to, try to sell this to the council, but we should, fell some buildings to block paths for the army.
Nice call.
To
Very good
advance.
call.
I was actually almost thinking that would be a potential
Trap.
siege weapon, right? If it's literally cool, everybody make your way back through here, and then
Collapse
we've got
building.
people that
I love
just
that.
topple two
Yes.
buildings
Yeah.
and block the
Yeah,
path.
we should have initially blocked routes and then have, we don't have explosives to my knowledge at all, but having something to demolish when we are scaling back from a checkpoint, have something set up to be okay, and now you have to climb over a ton of debris, so you can't easily rank and file advance through the
Well, and
streets.
we can even if we give them sort of a instead of a full blockade, do a 5-foot mound where they're we'll run over this thing and then just set up on the other side.
Yep.
They have to climb over it, and once they appear, you just start.
And we
firing
have
arrows.
we have just wood ramp on one side, so our forces run across it, and then you just pull it,
Yeah.
and then they have to climb it.
Yeah, there you go.
And by wood ramp, I mean piece of wood. As it turns out.
On an angle,
Yes.
critically,
Yeah.
because if it's laying flat, it's not going to do you any good.
Give you
So-
an inch, maybe.
I think these discussions probably take you pretty deep into the night. So you guys rest and wake on this 37th day. You know you are to be at Jarmath's at noon. I'll let you think a little bit about what you want to be doing between now and then. Redrick, you do stop and speak with Serana. She is obviously thrilled to hear that you... thrilled and honest, perhaps a little bit surprised to the point of incredulity that you were able to convince them to do anything, but is thrilled. It's not that she doesn't believe you, she just almost doesn't want to believe you, it's too good to be true.
Sure.
But does ask sort of what, if you have any advice or ideas or how much to trust these clerics, whether to fully give the refugees over to their hands or or to escort with using part of the guard as well. Like she's just sort of taken aback by this turn of events.
I try to make it as clear as possible to them that they need to be fully responsible for these refugees because we need every man back at Brindle.
The women too.
Not to mention this is low risk for them, and it's basically as if it's as good as if they had sent as many people we are using to escort to our defense. Right? It's just too good an opportunity for them to pass up. They didn't give me any commitment as far as how many numbers they would send, but yeah, like I said, I try to make it pretty clear that we needed every person back in Brindle. They should be prepared to handle refugees. And I also told them that when you got there, that that they should discuss logistics with you as well. So you should have a foot in the door when you get there.
Is it worth my effort to go to the city at this point even?
What would you do instead? Just go back to Brindle?
Hand off the refugees I have available to the forces of these clerics and take my group back. Obviously, we are not done with our task, but we could certainly shave off a good amount of time if our goal was not to reach the city, but just to reach the outpouring of help from these
Well, I only
adherents.
Since they're so stubborn, I only asked them to help with the second wave of refugees.
Okay.
But if you get there and they're
Still, that should reduce the time commitment enough to allow us to participate in the battle.
right,
Getting
that was the
Serana
goal.
back for this fight is big game.
It is. I'm real happy she's back.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you get there and you find that they're prepared for the refugees, I believe some of the temples open their doors to house them.
No.
So,
How on earth did you convince them? None of our entreaty, even from Jarmath, did anything to sway them.
like divine blackmail, basically.
I did not know that was one of Saren Ray's specialties, but if it works, I suppose
Well,
I should not.
I didn't blackmail them. I just told them what would happen if they didn't intervene.
Sounds like blackmail.
I mean, I'm doing this thing regardless of whether they come or not. If there's fallback, that's on them. It's not like I'm doing it to spite them. I'm just doing it. I'm doing it regardless if they come or not.
You're just giving good, sound advice.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll be spiteful if they don't.
Well, she seems impressed.
Yeah. Like, look, I'm putting a team together to, take on the championship. You can be a part of it, or you can watch when we take it. Like, that's not blackmail. That's just FOMO.
You're just giving them a chance to get on the bandwagon in time.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Taking my talents to South Brindle.
However, some of them probably look at it as blackmail, which is why I described it that.
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah.
Well, she congratulates you, and sort of with some minor excitement, uncommon to her demeanor, she says that she's excited to see you back at Brindle.
Me too. And Redrick is also just like smiling and just being like, I came for the fucking work. He'll like, honestly, I didn't think I was gonna get anywhere. Like when I left that city, my one ally, the one person in my corner, I pissed off, and then left the city. So I didn't actually expect to get anywhere, but
Well, someone pulled some strings. I suppose under the circumstances, there are no better times to cash in those debts and pull those strings. So
Yeah.
I'm glad you were able to do it.
me as well. We'll need everything we can get.
Well, I should be back in perhaps less than a week now with your aid. Well in time to return, rest, and prepare. I won't be able to help in the strategy, unfortunately, so
Well,
Please plan.
I'll make it back in time. Don't worry.
please plan for these men, the men and women of the Lion Guard.
I've already sent a message ahead of me.
Oh, perfect.
Delivered last night.
Perfect.
Assuming Davian remembers.
Well, you know my skill set at this point, so I'll trust you to utilize me in the best way possible.
I'm sure we will all have some ideas. Did you encounter any trouble on the road?
There were a few cases of dissent within the refugees, fighting for resources, fighting for food. Nothing too troubling. Nothing that I feared we'd encounter.
Sure.
We have not had to draw blades on any foe or creature, so far our luck has held out.
Excellent. Okay, and I don't think this is the case, but I'm going to do it to be thorough. Can I do a sense motive to see if I can glean if she is a
Yeah.
spy?
Very smart.
Absolutely.
There hasn't been nearly enough paranoia this session.
I haven't got anything that makes me think that she is, but 27.
Yeah, you're confident this is the
The real deal.
Serana you know.
She's actually been a spy since day one.
I was playing the long game.
Yeah, the one I know, the one that's a spy.
All right. Yeah, and with that, she leaves you and heads towards Denovar. The rest of you, how are you spending your morning before you meet with Jarmath?
I'm gonna check if my armor's done.
Yeah, I would go with him.
When are you telling us of the writing feedback that you're
Previous evening. I'm gonna actually, as I imagine I say it, I look at what I've written down and I think they're really not going to like it if I destroy another one of their bridges.
I can do it a bit less explosively this time, at least.
What?
I'll show you the omen that I've written out.
What does it say?
Put it in the group chat. Direct your attention particularly to the second set.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is basically, after I look at it, I mean, this basically goes in line with the Barghest pack that's approaching from the north that I warned them about in the bridge. Presumably that's who this is referring to.
I'm strangely more concerned with the earlier statement about the shadow unseen.
Yeah, it's just rhyming shit.
Do these have to rhyme?
They seem to.
No, but really, little rhyme always adds power to a omen. I mean, it's sort of expectations become reality kind of thing. Sounds more like an omen if you make it rhyme, and then it becomes like an omen, more like an omen because it sounds like an omen.
Sounds ominous.
Ominous, yes. Well said, Davian.
I've
Man of
never
education.
tried to rhyme to increase my power. Interesting concept.
It's just water for your daughter. She's immortal. Oh no! Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Well, here's your
I'll
opportunity
make
for
you
personal
wetter
growth.
to make you better.
If I do slant rhyme, is it half power?
Yeah, control your power here. You're gonna end up like bloodbending or something.
So the
Bonus.
presumably these gates that are across the river for the bridges, do they have like portcullises?
Yes, both on the north and the south sides.
So we could just shut them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we
Right, you
trust
don't
that the
think we can shut
shadow
them.
can't. But if there's a shadow unseen, you know, and what if, like, maybe it was just a rhyme, but now that it rhymes, it must be true, right? So there wasn't a shadow before, that's why we didn't see it, but now there is a shadow, we still haven't seen it. So what if we close the portcullis, the shadow opens it? I don't know how it could, because shadows don't actually have material form, but, like, except the one did.
Are you expecting a response to that?
What brings up a
I'm
valid
just
point.
making sure it sinks in.
So
Really feel like I channeled a little bit of Jordan in that one.
I mean,
given a few days, I can seal off the stone bridges.
what do you
Snow
mean?
chain, well,
Mm.
or the equivalently named spell in Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
Must be nice to
just
be able
gonna
to
throw
maneuver
a wall.
stone.
Make them impossible.
Just throw a wall straight up in the middle of the bridge.
Yeah, I figured take out a 20-foot length chunk and pull that up into a wall on the near side of the bridge.
Oh, that's cool. So it's no longer a bridge. It's like there's a
Raw
big
bridge.
gap. And
It's
there's
a
that's
half
so
pipe.
cool.
It's
It's
part
a,
of
it's a
half
magically
pipe.
created drawbridge.
Yes.
Except it's stone.
Not actually a drawbridge, but it would be a very plain stone wall with like murder holes. I mean, that's about it.
Yep.
Wait, so would you actually be separating the bridge?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So you can't
If
cross.
I
it.
guess I don't know if the structure would allow for it or not, but my takeaway from that writing is that no friend nor foe
Yeah.
may cross that divide.
Yeah.
Well,
and this sure would.
I like that.
if
hate
you
that.
if you did
Any
it,
sense motive on the writing.
How wide?
if you
You
did
can
it,
look up the spell
if
you want.
you did it at the like between the two supports, and you just pulled, I don't know how shaped stone will work, but if you just pulled them both up, like
Oh, I
curve
see what you
up,
mean.
right? Structural. I don't think you're creating more mass, right? With shape stone, you're just
No,
You're
it's just-
moving
just
it.
moving it.
so you don't even need to necessarily disconnect the bridge and risk the structural integrity. You can just make a fortification that doesn't have an opening.
Did you say, Zach? Can't remember. I think we specifically asked about how well they can climb.
They can't.
They can't was the general consensus. I thought. They
Yeah.
can't well.
Yeah, no better than the average like human.
Okay, the average human.
And they're
Yeah.
not going to be able to swim across either.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we make it fairly inconvenient to get across, then it's, you know, similar risk of like if they really wanted to get a small strike team across that river, they could probably figure out a way to get a small strike team across the river. We're just trying to avoid like a large force coming in through those.
If they go in
bridges.
the water, they'll die.
Oh really?
Celeria's
Crocodile.
gigantic croc is in the water.
Oh cool.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's busted.
Yeah.
What do you got? Oh, we got the River Monsters guy over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, you
like a
you weren't
classic
here.
Mo.
You were here for that last week when I talked to Killiard. I asked him
Yeah.
if she brought it, and she was like, "Yep, it's waiting. It's looking forward to a real hunt of prey in its waters." So I was like, "Okay, I'm less worried about." I am gonna feel bad if I miss out on the black dragon who tries to come swimming and then gets ganked by this gigantic crocodile.
Are we sure that the crocodile outperforms the black dragon?
No, but I still want to be there for it.
It's true. And Zach, I guess.
I bet it's better in the water.
The other thing one of the other things I'd like to do
The
Not in the
black
air.
dragon?
is I'd just like to
The crocodile.
see if I can find Celeria before
Yeah.
Celeria before the council meeting and just
You're just
like
sitting there
explain
watching
to
film
her
and be like,
our thoughts about
can't
the
let the blood flash
what to do with the Owl Riders and just get her opinion on it.
You can try to find her. I'll give you
You don't have very many hours to
I
do
know.
so.
yeah.
And she has been not possible to find.
I could
up to
teleport
this
to
point.
rooftops though.
I'll give you either you can use perception or you can use society here to try to find her.
We'll go with society. That's gonna be a 34.
34.
Roll a 19.
Okay.
I think I figured out a better way to execute the plan that I was thinking about with modifying the shape of
30,
the bridge.
33, Zach.
Okay.
If that changes anything.
Pull up like a middle rectangle, but leave the outer part.
Mhm.
But only that it's like a single file.
Mhm. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, leave the handrails, just take apart the floor, and probably.
Trying to Banjo Kazooie them or something.
Then just like one guy with a spear on each side is just enough to defend it. Because it's like, what are they going to do? Run into the spear?
Yeah, true. Everything dies in
Yeah.
one spear strike.
You find
me
a
one
couple
of those
people who
spears.
you believe have seen her,
Yeah.
but you are not able to find her.
Okay. That's fine.
Sorry, and then what was the width of the bridges approximately? 20 feet, 30 feet?
Let me think. I think it actually says. I don't think they're enormous. I think they're. Let me see.
20 or
Plenty of
25.
Br- bridges are
Just
20
go
feet
full
wide.
jagged and
20
have them
feet
make
wide, okay.
walls of ice.
I believe me,
Everywhere.
I thought about it.
100-foot walls of
Yeah, they're just big enough
Takes so long
for
to...
two carriages to pass side by side. If that
Okay.
makes sense.
I'll do a 10-foot cube at a time so I can take the middle out of one today and another one tomorrow.
There you go.
Oh, you have several days to accomplish this still, right? I don't remember what day is raid day yet, but
I think we'll get like a couple days notice just from the standpoint of, like Zach said, when they get here, they're not just gonna be like, dope, and now we charge. They're gonna assemble their siege weaponry and get everything in position and surround the whole city and go from there.
if they surround the city, then we need to change some of our defense plans.
I don't know that that's necessarily true. I mean, figuring out who needs to go on the wall where, we'll play that by ear. Like, they're not gonna surprise rush in the middle of the night.
No, I'm saying you can't just fortify and fall back from west to east if they're also going to be surrounding, getting behind on the east, and then coming from there. The question is,
if they're coming in from the east, we
They
have.
Bigger
Big-
problem.
well, they're coming from the west, but if they're going to be able to just go and surround the city, is my point of it being. I don't know how many. Do we have a ballpark number of their forces?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't either. Did they have sufficient forces to actually surround the city? That's the other question.
Well, we'll see what.
If they have
so
sufficient forces to like fully surround the city with like 10 ranks of depth, we
lose.
might be in trouble.
we need to either not initially pitch it or not publicly pitch the concentration of clerics in the Temple of Saren, right? Even though that feels like an obvious tactic regardless. Because we're still thinking we're dealing with some amount of treachery.
Right.
And additionally, Jarmuth's whereabouts should not be, for the fight should not be.
Oh, you're thinking they might target him?
Very possibly.
That's a good point. Oh, actually, because I remember there's one thing I was going to do.
Why would they
One thing I
target
did read Omens on was I want to see if there's
He's
any,
the leader of the
like,
city.
maybe you can help with this,
Oh.
especially since you know the city. Like,
I don't think it matters.
see if we can
Yeah.
find any. If we can find that some spies
Yeah.
holding out the city if they've got.
because I've used enough of the
You know, is there anybody in like abandoned apartments or whatnot? Now that all the people who should be gone are gone.
So
But I feel like you've talked about him.
many prior to even being
Anything
there.
else you want to do before?
Oh, is the armor ready? For
The armor was not ready. He asked you to return in the evening, and he'll try to have it done by then.
Okay, cool.
Anything else before you attend to the lords?
I have nothing to contribute.
How about one more read, Oben? I just want to verify I'm not doing something stupid by suggesting the clerics be concentrated. I'm going to do read Oben's. My goal is to protect the clerics during the battle.
Did you do any read omens in the last couple of days for finding a spy?
Yes. All in favor of knocking that bridge down, those bridges down? Or whatever the master magical stonemason wants to do. All for that. Yeah, I think that's...
Yeah, I think if we can get a engineering second opinion, which I might just be capable of giving, but also I'm sure there's other people that can back it up. If I can just fully disconnect the two bridges and, make it so that, there's a 20-foot gap and then all that stone,
Yeah.
I bunch up on this side, turn into a wall that's got murder holes in it. Can't do anything super fancy, but I assume
Yeah,
small
but now you
gaps
just
like
have
that
a
are
bridge
totally
that
doable.
you have like a bridge that ends a gap, and then
Yeah.
that's really cool. I like that idea.
Feels eminently defensible with relatively light number of people, and even if they defeat the people that are, monitoring that spot,
It's a
where
shut portcullis.
there's still a 20-foot gap. You don't just
Yeah, exactly.
Casually
Yeah,
make
and if
that
it's something that can cover a 20-foot gap, no matter what we did on this bridge is irrelevant.
yeah.
Like if it can teleport, it's
Yeah,
a moot
exactly.
point.
Yeah, I like that. I think.
Well, we do know that Barghests can translocate.
Mm-hmm.
That happened at least once. In
It's
the
like
fight
a
that we lost.
it's like a 5-foot thing, right?
Mm,
I don't.
I
think
remember it was
further
in the
than
reach.
that.
I thought it was in reach. They teleported like in our reach. Can I recall knowledge on that, Zach?
Yes, any of you who fought them can recall knowledge on that.
Okay. What type of recall?
Nature. Or society.
18, I believe. Yep, 18.
I died and don't remember.
I died in
19
war.
on society.
Okay.
I rolled
23 on
I
society.
didn't roll.
Okay, so Runar, you recall that
You don't
ability
remember.
is a pursuit ability.
Okay.
They absolutely can teleport in that way,
Mm-hmm.
but only in the pursuit of prey.
Okay. Great.
Which could be bad. If someone were to flee under a portcullis at the last second and then close it, they could technically
Yeah.
use that to their advantage. But they can't use it at will, and they can't use it outside of combat.
We're renaming everybody legally in this town.
Can't use
Well,
Can't use it.
Not
as
way, my
the sun
character's name is
approaches
Will
noon,
now.
you all find yourselves
No
on the
longer
path
names.
in front of
Translocate, just stay
the
where
Lord's Keep
they are.
of Brindle.
Stuck in between.
Before you reach
I'm going by Bill. Oh no.
yes.
No, nothing. I was
Before you reach the building proper, you were approached by a familiar face. A line of Brindle that you've seen before.
Oh. It's,
Tayani.
yeah, the woman.
Tayani Sura.
Yep.
Who you once saw all the way back in Drellin's Ferry. She looks happy to see you and has you pause for a moment and says, are all of you ready? Have you met the lords before?
No.
Some of them.
Well, if you've met any of them, you probably know that they are difficult characters to impress your will upon.
Same.
My suggestion: be honest with your feats, your accomplishments. Even they, in their pride and their own great accomplishments, should recognize what you've all accomplished so far. At least if half of the stories I'm told are true. Well, no need to dawdle. I believe everyone else is there and waiting. Follow me.
Thank you. Do your writings produce an artifact that can be like referred to later, or is this like a mental thing that happens for you?
I think we said that at least the way we were doing it is it was written out.
I think so.
That's the way we did it. It doesn't actually say. It doesn't say
read
in the
omen
spell.
or ghostwriting.
But well, this one he's specifically referring to read omens.
I think
automatic writing produces writing.
read omen. I think the messages are short enough that you could transcribe them if you wanted to, so long as you have paper and a pen.
Okay.
Automatic writing, I think it's fair to say you can just have that written down.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Well,
actually an uncommon item.
if we're able to give Jarmath a heads up before the council begins, to have an idea of something to be on the lookout for, feel it might make him more receptive if we feel we have found the rat in the nest.
How do you propose to get to him, to give this to him prior to people
We think we know who the spy is.
gathering around?
Hopefully we can catch him for a moment before it begins, but it may not be possible today.
Do you know how many? Will anyone besides the lords be in present for this? Will there be any other observers, or just the four of us and
Captain of the
Captain
Lions
of the
will be.
Lion?
Oh, I think there will be a fair number of people. At least some of your allies that you've drawn here, in addition to the lords.
That's good.
At the very least, I do not know who else Lord Jarmath has asked to be in attendance. You will find out soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
She leads you into this great stone hall. It's clearly the oldest building in the city, but it looks like relatively recently, in the last decade or so, a modest effort has been made to renovate. So it's in good condition right now, and it looks lived in. It looks like people are actively here, living here. And so, while not as fine as, say, the mansion that you waltzed through to talk to Lady Call, it's not shabby by any means. As you enter through the great double doors of the great hall of Lord Jarmath's keep, you hear the low murmur of some half-dozen conversations quiet as the pair of guards at the door step aside and allow you passage into the large chamber with polished walls and carpets laid out over the stone floors, tapestries hung on the ceiling and are all around you. You see that the room is studded with alcoves on all sides where little pieces of art, statues, and finely wrought weapons sit in display cases. The room is cavernous, perhaps 40 or 50 feet tall above you. And narrow windows, some 30 feet tall, line the sides of the hall, providing good light in here, even without any burning torches or fires. There is a single long table in the middle of this room, which is surrounded by people currently. And it is an absolute mess of maps and books and ledgers and parchment, sketches, plates of half-eaten food, kegs of wine and ale. This has been a busy place, and you can smell the scent of perfume that's been used to cover up the smell of people that have been here for the last several weeks. A man you recognize as Lord Jarmath, a rather healthy-looking human man with short facial hair, wearing a breastplate of finely wrought steel and a purple cloak, is clearly pleased to see you. He says, as you approach, "Welcome, friends. Look, they've arrived. We can finally begin. Thank you for agreeing to attend to this group of lords and decide upon the fate of this city." He slowly walks around the table, introducing the other folks that you may or may not have seen. Lady Varasa Kal. And as he sort of walks by a very short, diminutive human woman with jet black hair that some of you have seen already. Her demeanor is stern, is putting it mildly. Next to her, Lord Jarmath walks behind a huge 6'8" human man with let's say well-used armor. It is not finely wrought and gilded as Lord Jarmath's, but it looks like it's seen some battles.
Was that Lars?
He is introduced as Captain Lars Olverth.
Bro gets gapped by Brilor, by the way.
I believe you know Tredora Goldenbrow, he says next. Some of you better than others, as he kind of glances across your group.
Tredora is the high priestess.
Yes,
correct?
of Serenray, yes.
Serenray Pope.
And I think Caleb's the only one that doesn't know, but she's an Asimir, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes, yeah. She almost glows in your presence.
She talks really quietly.
I think you also know Speaker Nora Whiston of Drellin's Ferry. Nora gives you a broad smile. And then he walks by a man you've never seen before, a dark-skinned man wearing very well-worn leather gloves that come up to his elbows, and thick, sturdy leather boots that look made for walking, like they look made for hiking, not for show. He has a pale sort of cream doublet on and vivid crimson short cloak and pants. Immerstal the Red. I'm sure you've seen his tower in the middle of town. And also thanks to you, our new friend, Celeria Starsinger, as he points to the elderly elf who sits at the end of the table. You will notice we are missing Captain Helmbreaker. He is here, I assure you, but insisted that his role was not to make decisions, only to carry them out. The sign of perhaps a very talented sellsword. The Shining Axe dwarves are resting in what were once our cells underground. They seem to be quite comfortable there.
What was their company name again? The
Shining Axe.
Shining Axe.
You forget my high priestess. You forget my people. Are you just trying to piss me off?
Just making sure.
You're not there. That's
I feel
fine.
targeted.
He's gotta
What can he
He's
say?
got to throw these jabs while you're not here.
It's in his short-term memory.
Like, yeah.
Serana also cannot be here for reasons I believe you understand. Her lieutenant sits in her stead. Here, less to contribute than to listen and stand as ears and eyes for our master swordswoman.
And who is this?
This is the same gentleman that you encountered in Drellin's Ferry. I forget if I...
I just had his name up.
He's the guy who almost died, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Is he the guy that we saw
He had like an Italian
outside,
name.
or
No,
that
you're
was one
you're
of the
thinking
guy's
of
guards,
the
not
gold.
the lieutenant.
okay?
God, I thought I had his name here. Shoot.
And who? Sorry, what was the captain's name that he's lieutenant for?
No, Serana.
Shoot. Yeah, I do not have it. I don't have it in my immediate
That's
notes.
fine.
I'm sure I
That's
have
fine.
it somewhere.
I'll,
but-
I'll note him as the lieutenant for Serana.
Yeah. I'd have to go back to like session 4 or something. I think I have it written down, but
You're thinking of Lucio, who died, by the way.
Yeah, that is who.
oh yeah.
I saw the name Lucio back in my notes. I'm like, oh, Rep Lucio.
Lord Jarmath continues then. Lords and ladies, this is Davian, a soldier well versed in the defense of Brindle. He has worked in my employ before.
Was it Lucio?
Lucio.
No. That's
Lucio
not the name of the
died.
lieutenant. That's the
Aldo?
guy that was.
Aldo, I think
the
might have
other-
been Aldo.
That was the other
Yeah,
guy
they were
who
the
was
two
a guard.
guards.
Oh,
for
you're
Yormals.
right, yeah, that's
Yormals.
right.
Those are Yormals.
Micus.
Yeah.
That was his name.
Micus.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Nice.
So he stands there in Serana's stead.
I don't know if this is right, but
It
that's
doesn't
how I had
matter.
it.
You're hyping up Davian.
Davian, soldier already in the employ of Brindle, proven and battle-worthy. Rex, hunter of these forests, feller of great beasts, and 2 guests from the north, Hrontor and Runar. Well versed in strange magics and powers outside of our ken. There is also, and he kind of looks at all of you, a 5th who I do not see. Where is Redrick?
See, he's
Will he
short-term.
grace us with his presence?
Redrick went on errand to Denevar to see if he might be able to convince them to aid in the evacuation of the refugees from here. With the council having been moved up, he was unable to return in time to attend.
Lady Call scoffs, says, a waste of time. The
He knows.
Yeah, did you get the dream?
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry. We kind of like glossed over actually like going to bed and waking up.
Yeah.
So please remind me what the dream specifically
I
entailed.
mean, it would say that I convinced them to send people to pick up the refugees halfway there for the second group of refugees, and then I was on my way back.
You can let her finish and then dunk.
Yeah, no, so
let her
as
finish
soon-
and then dunk on her.
As soon as she is done scoffing and saying that it's a waste of time, I will chime in with, actually, he has gotten agreement from Denevar that they will be meeting the second wave of refugees halfway from the city, which will have our protective forces for those troops back several days sooner than they otherwise would have been in time for the actual battle.
Make a diplomacy check there with a +5 for Dunk.
Ooh, nice.
All right.
Good roll, too.
19 plus diplomacy, 29.
Lady Call shuts up. Does not say anything. Tredora looks a bit crestfallen. And sort of looks at all of you kind of disappointedly. Like, just the one Saren Ray follower isn't here.
Yeah.
She doesn't say anything, but you can tell her glow kind of diminishes a little bit.
In the message probably also included, yeah, I'm on my way back so I can make it in time for the meeting. Because, it's one-way communication. And I still don't know that it's been moved. Yeah.
Noro Whiston reiterates that he's so happy to see all of you, and that he's so glad that you've made it here in one piece, so to speak, and says that that as far as he knows, the evacuation of Drellin's Ferry was a complete success. Although, depending on who you talk to, they will still complain quite mightily. He doesn't say that, but you could read between the lines there, I think.
Do we still have our weapons?
He did not ask you to remove your weapons. Perhaps as a sign of trust, or perhaps just in a sense of urgency. You don't know.
Yep. Okay.
I would ask all of you, the four of you, to enlighten us of your knowledge of our foe. We have these last several days, while we have stretched and planned and worked tirelessly to solve our problem of refugees, also traded some ideas for our defense in the coming days. But we know less, certainly, than all of you about the coming army. I do have one piece of information, however, that I'm afraid not only sets the stage for this conversation, but clarifies its urgency. Talar fell this morning. It is razed to the ground. There stands no settlement now between the Red Hand and Brindle.
They had it.
According to this, we've got 10 days if they follow this schedule then.
The elves are new Tiri Kitor friends, have shared that they feel if the army does not tarry, even for a moment, they can reach us in 1 week. They are a wise foe, however, and I believe they will take some time to resupply. But that gives you a sense of our time. Our time left, that is. But I ask now for you to impress upon us, the lords and ladies of Brindle, your allies in the fight to come. What do you know about this foe? What are we in store for? What have you encountered on your travels up to this point?
A vast array of hobgoblin soldiers of various capabilities. There have been archers and the expected swordsmen, but also other bastions of hobgoblin kind, some that have given themselves some more martial hand-to-hand style combats. There are so many factions of hobgoblins that have been united for these purposes that they will have a vast array of capabilities just there. with the hobgoblins, there are also ogres. We've faced a lot of ogres.
Yes.
They were ogres.
And the guys with two heads. The
Heads.
Along with the hobgoblins, we have faced a plethora of ettins and ogres. Most capable of what you might expect with that inherent size and strength. There have been more cunning allies to the Red Hand as well. Barguests, which are a fiendish goblinoid quadruped with some startling capabilities, able to go invisible and project some amount of illusions.
Shape change.
We have encountered spies of the Red Hand. Give me the name of the creature that we identified. They were the spider things that could turn into
We did
people.
not
I don't think you
We
ever
didn't
found
actually
out.
do it.
name of them.
There are fiendish creatures that are able to shape change and move amongst the usual peoples of Brindle and the Vale, acting as spies and informants, and in all likelihood there are some present behind these walls, if not present in this very meeting room. The
Lady Call will rise to that when you say that and say, "What are you suggesting?"
I absolutely, when he made that comment, I do it like I case every single person's reaction as fast as I can to notice any degree of, aside from her obvious reaction.
Make a perception check.
I would also try to.
Yeah.
33.
Oh, that's not that high.
6. Not a 33.
I am a master of this.
Mine was a
Master of
20.
perception.
Mine was only a 23.
Not of deception.
You're mostly distracted by Lady Call's
Outburst.
outburst. You notice that you notice a couple things. It is surprising to you, well, maybe not surprising, but it's noticeable that Tredora, Lars, and Celeria are like completely unfazed by this.
Yeah.
Noro is obviously alarmed and starts looking around to his left and right at his peers when this is said, and Lord Jarmath is contemplative when Davian says this, almost like just like very seriously considering what was just said. Not alarmed, but considerate. But Lady Call does stand up and say, "What are you suggesting exactly?"
I am merely suggesting the possibility that the machinations of this invasion of the Vale have been at work for quite some time. And while it is far from a certainty, it is entirely possible that the discussions and information we share in here today will not remain private to Brindle for long.
After a pause, Tredora says, sort of frustratedly, "It matters not. We must have these discussions. So be it. If one of us is a traitor, they will know, and we will crush them. Continue."
Did Micus react at all?
He's obviously paying attention,
Yeah.
but he's keeping a pretty cool head.
So realistically, the only two who reacted in any reasonable way are, well, reasonable, in any notable way are Noro and Lady Call.
Yeah,
What
you could say
about-
that.
Was Immerstal in the list of Tredora, Lars, and Celeria?
Immerstal during this discussion, sits in the corner away from you. So he kind of like, once introduced, he just sort of sits apart from the table in the corner, opens a book and begins to read.
He does the rogue in a tavern thing.
It's clear like he's paying attention, but yeah, you don't notice any response from him at all.
He's a cool guy, you can tell. Red coat, not paying attention in the meeting. Cool guy.
Zach, I'd like to read Gora Lady Call.
Okay.
Just next time she says something.
Okay.
My gut says it's
Helmbreaker-
too easy for her to be the person who's
Right.
ready
Yeah.
to sell out the
I
city.
agree.
It's Nora.
She'll wait to read
Story wise, Helmbreaker is here.
No.
No.
Not in the room. He's in the building, not in the room.
Okay, that's the Jarmath. When Jarmath made the statement, he said he's here even if he's not present. So I wasn't sure if he like could hear. And if
Oh,
he was,
no.
like,
No, he made it. He implied basically that he does not care for the planning and wants nothing to do with it.
okay.
He was elected to lead, not read.
And like realistically, like Helmbreaker and Celeria are not really potential. Like it'd be
No shot.
they're not in the right places to be the spies.
Impossible.
Right. They wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us
Yeah.
specifically.
Right.
Which is a pretty easy way to, in theory, rule them out.
Those are my apples.
I don't see your
They're
name
from
on
my
them.
friend from the north.
I'd say if like there's anyone that I trust, the people who I trust the most here by far are Tredora, Celeria, and those two.
But
Real dumb move by Tredora to bring me back to life if
I
she's
feel like
the
it'd be
spy.
really strange.
Yeah.
I feel like it'd be very strange if it was called. It could be Nora, but like you would assume that the elite spy that's been helping this whole time is better at being a spy. But I guess Nora has been holding things up this whole time.
It's Jarmath.
Look, there's part of me that's like, could be Jarmath.
Could be.
Jarmath says, "Please, continue."
Varghests, no, the ogres, Edens,
People with power.
Varghests, shape changers, flying creatures such as Chimera and Manticores, winged beasts that will be essential in keeping at bay if we were to make a defense of the walls successful and particularly painful for the invading force. 2 dragons that we know of, 1 green and 1 black.
We killed the blue one.
Lars speaks up at this. Are you implying that you fought all of these creatures that you just described?
Yep.
We have slain a Behir. We have encountered both the green and black dragons and are still here standing talking to you. The black one only escaped within an inch of its life.
It was very fast.
Their heads are mine, by the way.
What exactly did you do to slay this dragon, this blue creature?
Well,
It was a Behir, which, full disclosure, is not technically a dragon, while I believe they are related.
You hear Immerstal in the corner chuckle when you say that.
Yeah.
He's reading Kevin's Guide to
Oh.
Dragons.
long story short,
That's why the dragon has 8 arms and no wings. It's really confused.
long story short, decided to swallow me and found out that I'm more than capable of cutting my way out.
Just climb.
He says it with a totally straight face.
He just sort of shakes his head. Well, I'm afraid that isn't something my troops are going to be able to reproduce.
Wouldn't recommend it.
Which of these creatures do you think poses the greatest threat to our defenses?
The dragons.
The dragons.
And supposing the dragons are somehow distracted or dealt with, what then? What else should we worry? The dragons can only be in one place at a time. So.
The invading bar guests, since they can come invisible, though I'd be more concerned about the pack of them that I saw on the north of the Elseer that looked to sneak in through our gates across the river.
The Red Hand is also not without spellcasters of their own.
Is that right? What are they capable of?
I think we've only actually faced
One.
clerics, right? Like clerics spellcasters.
There was
There's been
the
at least a couple.
There was that
The
bard.
lieutenant
and
that
and
prick.
Koth, or whatever. Yeah, the
3, yeah, because there were the clerics at Drone's
Yeah.
Ferry. There was Koth. Actually, there's
We fought one at
Oly.
Yeah.
And then
we fought one at Old Rest.
Rest. Yeah, there was the
the
guy
bard.
who mojoed us.
The
Yeah.
cursing bard. Probably worth noting that.
I like
as I've
believing
been
that we
mentioned,
actually talked through it just like that
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
in the council.
Worth noting, they're under the banner of Moloch. They carry his unholy symbol.
Tridora, for the first time, looks even vaguely interested in this proceeding and says, a general of hell has united the mountain tribes? Is that what you are suggesting?
He
That's
seems
the
to
truth.
have a lot of documentation.
Did you
I think I still have a. I probably
we,
did.
we definitely still have it, and I will pull out something I got off the captain when we got our asses beat in Talar. That is specifically noted. I will pull out a holy symbol of Moloch.
Set it on the table.
Yeah.
Tridora will pick it up and inspect it. Jarmath says, what does this mean? I don't know much of this character.
Well,
Could
I'm told where.
I do like a sense motive on it? It seems strange to me that he wouldn't have any.
Doesn't know who it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do I add to this?
Perception.
Perception. 22.
He looks genuinely confused. What were you going to say?
I was just going to. Rex was going to just chime in and say, though I have it on fairly respected authority, that we needn't be any more scared of Moloch than the hobgoblins themselves. He'll look over at Celeria and just give a little bit of a smirk.
She looks like she's out of her depth being around
Yeah.
so many people right now and so far away from home. But she gives you can see a little glint in her eye when you say that. Tridora says it is just uncommon that so many would unite under the banner of such a creature. Do you know? Have you encountered the general? I doubt what you intend to imply here is that Moloch walks upon the Veil and rules this army.
We've encountered their lieutenants that we've listed, but the one that we know to be their general goes by the name of Azar Kul.
Calls himself Moloch's chosen.
Immerstal says a dragon's name.
I knew there was a red dragon.
Have you seen another dragon? Jarmath speaks up at this point.
We knew of the two, and I saw far in the distance in the sky 3 figures flying together.
I shared the suspicion about the name being draconic as well.
But you have not encountered this general.
Not yet.
No.
Disappointing. Meeting an unknown foe on the battlefield will be a challenge.
So at this point, we killed Koth, we
That's
killed
the
the
whole
whole fight.
Mm-hmm.
Sarvith is still kicking because he
Yeah.
escaped. And we haven't encountered Hravik yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay.
Jarmath says, "Apologies. Please continue. We continue to interrupt. It is not our intent."
Yeah, I guess I'll list off the names of the Hobgoblin High Command that we know of and tell them that we've slain Koth and Ulvi. Sarvith escaped on the back of the Black Dragon again, nearly at death's door, but we were not able to seal the deal there.
What did we tell about their plot with the Ghost Lord?
No. I wouldn't.
Jarmath
So I want to tell them so bad.
Jarmath
Or
says,
shouldn't we?
"You've left out a considerable portion of your story, I assume," as he gestures towards Celeria.
Oh right, the lizard people. I
So-
forgot about the lizard people.
At Old Rest, we found the Red Hand was conducting perhaps some sort of experiment in breeding these perhaps half fiend, half dragon is the best way I would describe them. These draconic creatures that they were breeding in the ruins of Rest in the swamp. And presumably they plan to bring them here as part of their invasion, and we worked with the Tiri Kator, not at Celeria, destroyed their base of operations at Old Rest, along with the creatures themselves and the hatch of eggs that they'd been breeding.
Lars speaks up and says, "Do any of these abominations still live? Will we face them in the coming week?"
It's possible, but I suspect there will be few, if any. It's possible none remain, but I highly doubt
We
we will see them in force.
We killed the ones we found and burned the fields where they grew them.
And we killed the matron.
Good. A small
We
relief.
also destroyed a small outpost north of town.
And scattered the forces of lizard folk that were worshipping the black dragon up there.
Jarmath says, "Do you expect the lizard folk to come in aid?"
No, they're hapless.
If they do, they're the bottom of our threat list.
Fair enough. Is there any other detail you wish to share with the council?
So this would have been a talking point that I would talk to you about before we do this. I posted it in Slack, but no one responded. So should I say something about that we know about the Ghost Lord plan, but not tell them that we have returned to the phylactery? And
I mean, that
forwarded
part that part is 100% left out. The phylactery,
Yeah.
100% left out no matter
Because they
what.
think the Ghost Lord's the boogeyman. Like, he doesn't exist. And so I think that you could be... I think what we would have said is that... I guess maybe they were working with a necromancer.
Yes.
That would be-
in the Thornways.
or just that they've been trying to rope and blackmail other powerful.
Yeah, that's a
leaders
good idea. They
into-
yeah.
into joining them.
We've thwarted one such
Yeah,
operation.
yeah. So we would probably leave it at that. That they've been trying to corral and blackmail other groups and people into helping them, and we've stopped those that we've heard about, but there could be mercenary forces with them. Also, to the fact that they have the backing of general from the Hells. We keep the more we fight them, the more creatures we see. So I would expect unexpected. I would not consider the enemy to be fully known.
Oh yeah, they have fire-breathing dogs. Haven't seen those in a while.
Yeah.
Hellhounds as well.
They
Council-
explode when they die.
Be careful with your horses.
I think that was he. Didn't he do that?
Both.
The council sort of goes quiet, waiting for any other details that you want to share.
I'm trying to think. We did. We got the dwarves. We went north. We thwarted that. We went to
Bridges
the
were like
Thornways.
that when we found them.
Jarmath says,
Oh yeah, there's also this. Somebody should probably show. Nora is. A few individuals have seen the map of their invasion plan,
Mm-hmm.
but the whole council has never been privy
Yeah,
to this
fair.
map.
We pass it around for everyone to look at.
I guess on that note, is there anything else you wanted to share? Like physically share?
Yes. So I think I mentioned this before, but when I made the ballista plans, I said I wanted a couple copies of that.
Yeah.
I want to walk over to, I think, Lars, and it's funny, the first person I could like talk eye to eye to.
Yeah, right?
And
I forget that you're that tall.
yeah. and just say, I think this might help with some of the flyers and larger enemies if you can commission some of these for your men. If you need it, if you have any questions about the particulars, I think Redrick and I can most likely help, but I think perhaps some of your men and some of the craftsmen in town could build this.
He glances at them and says, some sort of siege weaponry.
Correct. It's called the ballista, and it's used to launch arrows, projectiles that are much larger than that of a bow. So it's quite useful against larger enemies that might shrug off a bow, but won't so easily shrug off projectile of this size and speed. And as you could see, the tension of the bow would be much greater, allowing it to be launched at a much greater force and speed of projectile.
Well, I admit I do like the idea.
That's
The
glad we see eye to eye.
and I see no reason why we can't reflect on our resources and see what we might be capable of creating. I worry for the training of our troops. Such a new device. Who would wield it? Not to say, perhaps even an improperly wielded such device would be useful, but I doubt our soldiers will have practice in time to meet the army. But thank you.
Might be a learn on the fly type of thing.
It's a big army. It'll hit something.
I give a little chuckle at that too.
And then I also
This is a concern.
I think
Who the heck is
I think
Argo?
that I think I said
Oh, have we
this
not met him?
earlier, but just sort of
No.
a sketch of like the places in Brindle where I think it would be good to
It's
have
hard for me to keep track of
like
all that.
the water
And who's
the water stored, and just mention that there is another thing. We are concerned about fire
Probably
spreading through the city, whether that's one of their monsters or a flaming projectile from the siege engine, and my good friend here is quite a talented individual when it comes to producing water, and I think he would say exactly that.
Just two little
And
squirkles.
So I think that we can take the empty wine barrels of this town, fill them up with water, position them throughout the city, and then if a fire breaks out, have a small number of soldiers on hand to put it out.
You suggest we fill hundreds of wine barrels from the river and pull them, drag them through the city? Is that what
Or
you...
you set them up and I walk around and I just make them full.
We just need the empty barrels. He'll handle the rest.
Everyone just sort of looks at you. Jarmath says, let's discuss strategy.
I'll just pull out my flask and raise my hand next to Tor, and then
And I'll fill it. I'll make a little like flicking gesture. Do they seem like they don't believe it, or do they seem like this is
They like don't even understand what you're talking about.
so-
Like they're
So
even
I
better.
will-
Even better. You give.
so as you
an empty hand.
as you hold it out, I'll form like the ice glass in it and then fill it up, and then I just keep it filling, and as it starts like overflowing onto the floor, I'll start proliferating it until it's just about to be a problem, and then I'll just
You mean like
disappear.
everybody's feet are wet at this point? Like
They start to be like it starts
If they
to
let it
bubble
go,
over.
if they
and
let
then
it go
like,
that long, it'll be like,
like,
we get it.
I basically do it until they sort of like until I get their attention, and it's just like all like a little like this sort of thing, and it's just like, and like once I get their attention, then I basically evaporate it.
how long does this take? This process?
Not long.
20 seconds maybe.
Oh wow. Okay.
Maybe like if I did it for a minute, there would be a lot of water.
Lady Call
So it's more about how quickly they catch on.
jumps on the chair once she notices like the water spreading out. Everyone else just sits and watches, sort of confused and alarmed and confused. The only person who seems to be watching really intently is Immerstal in the corner. And he's just got like a stupid grin on his face. But after you dry everything up, Jarmath says, "Okay, I do now understand what you mean. Let us consider that in our defense preparations. I wish to talk first, however, about our initial plans for defense. My idea is to harass the incoming army, to send out constant sorties, to distract and destroy as many of the incoming soldiers as possible at all times, night and day, in the days as they approach. I wish to catch them off guard and bring the fight to them before they have a chance to bring death upon the city."
I will interrupt him and go, that'll work one time. You'll catch them off guard once, and then they'll set a trap that probably involves either acid breath, flame breath, or a combination of both for the next time that we make our move.
Olverth speaks up right after you say that and says, "This is what I've been saying. There would be too many dead. We would be throwing lives away. Yes, perhaps we would kill many of these advancing soldiers before they reach the city, but for what cost? We cannot throw away our armies before they even reach Brindle.
It costs more lives to siege than it does to defend.
We should sit upon our defenses, our walls, and use them to our advantage. Let the Horde expend their precious resources battering down walls, or attempting to, while we destroy them from above, from behind our walls and on top of the walls."
To the point of the captain, there are also simply too many of them for such a strategy to work. They will have the numbers from what we've seen, and the way to defeat numbers is through defense, attrition, and a few well-placed ambushes and traps. I think that the fighting will undoubtedly take place both at the walls and within the city itself. And they're not going to like that, I'm pretty sure.
To Jormath's point, though, a single sortie, probably fine. If it works once, we can do it once. And then
If we can draw
we
them.
find different ambush methods. Do not attempt the same thing twice with these.
Tredora says, "Well, I understand the balanced approach, and I do have utmost belief in my troops, my clerics, my champions. I still feel that the best option may be to allow Brindle to burn, so that we might defend ourselves at the superior city walls of Denvar."
So far, we have three very different ideas.
Lord Jarmath pauses at this, clearly blanching a little bit at the idea of abandoning Brindle, and looks to Lady Call, who hasn't spoken yet. "Lady, what is your opinion on the matter?" She says, I believe the idea to bring the fight to the fields outside of Brindle is unduly risky. My men are well trained, as well trained as any of the lions, but I feel such a gamble would be throwing them away.
We believe that I believe that defense is the best policy here. I think that we simply cannot afford to be throwing away lives.
So you side with me, Tredora says.
So what? I'm sorry. What was Lady Call's statement there?
Just that she
Don't go outside the walls.
She does not want to send anybody outside the walls.
Okay.
She's probably very happy that we got rid of all the horses for her.
I think we need to make our stand at Brindle.
Fine.
Tredora, if we pursued your option, we would not have a place to send the refugees from Denvar. There's a decent chance they'll already not all be able to fit inside the city walls. And we would be dealing with a similar situation that we just resolved with no Denvar to send them to.
Make a diplomacy check.
Natural 20
Oh!
Okay, you killed
Banger.
for a total of 30.
Nice.
I believe you underestimate the resources of the temples in Denevar. However, I concede you a point. Should we win at Denevar, where then do the refugees go? They have no veil to return to. It will all have been razed.
We also have the advantage of, if we fight in Brindle, there's not the concern of protecting the populace as much with all the citizens evacuated. We're able to fight for every block, and we're able to take advantage of familiar landscape and ground.
We have them in endless choke points that we are able to set up to our liking.
Even should the walls fall, we can continue making makeshift walls, barricades, hazards, and pile their bodies to make more walls as they try to pursue.
Jarmath speaks up and says, "But you're talking about sacrificing the city itself. If we do this, the city will burn."
I think the Red Hand is talking about that.
The goal is not to allow them to destroy the city. The goal is to give them as few blocks, as few steps as possible. But once a piece is surrendered, we use it to barricade, block them. That way, the least amount is given up in a fight where, I hate to break it to you, your walls will not stop the dragons. There will be combat in the city.
So then what do we do in the week between now and then if we do not spend our time advancing on the foe, attacking them where they stand?
We described basically the plan we talked about, where we hold the walls as long as we can. And during the week in between, we're setting up these roadblocks, blockades, like you talked about
Barricades
the
and choke points.
like buildings that we rig to fall, or at least like pieces of it, like maybe not a whole Rube Goldberg building, but like hazards that we set up. And I'll talk about
intricate series of domino building falls.
Yeah,
We
nothing
killed like 10 guys on the end, but we knocked down 20 buildings to do
like
it.
nothing too complicated that it would potentially fail. Like simple. And then I'll also mention the traps that we can build that I use with automatic writing. Like those sort of things is what we'll describe it. The plan that we talked about before.
And to add to his point before he makes it, because I want to add to his check, I'd also throw in, you saw how impossible it was to navigate the city when the refugees were filling the streets shoulder to shoulder. Imagine this army trying to surge forward only for the front of it to run headlong into barricades. Not going to be a very quick approach from them, and going to make very easy pickings if we set up the appropriate measures that they're unprepared for.
He shakes his head. He says, "You're talking about just helping them destroy our city."
We're talking about winning and
Lord.
helping us to annihilate their forces.
Lord Jarmath, we have a saying in the north that settlement is not wood and stone, but is flesh and bone. Our city is the people that we defend by stopping them here.
Go ahead and make a diplomacy check. I'll let any of the three of you make the diplomacy check.
Wait, I can't make it?
You
It
can,
won't
I'm
be.
sorry.
I'll go for it.
Unless you give him some dreams, maybe.
And then I'll end with his after he says, I'll say, walls can be rebuilt, people can't be replaced.
I don't know. I mean,
Shut the hell up, you're not here.
You're not here. Nothing you say
Me
matters.
and Rex make uncomfortable eye contact.
Shadora glares.
You met the spiders.
You're not
right?
convincing her though.
Yeah. Ooh, that's good. So that's a. I heroism myself, by the way, before I walk in the room.
I heroism myself.
So that's a 25.
Okay, nice.
Jarmath sighs. Fine, I understand what you
Sounds so
mean.
very good.
That's
If we are to win the
Thank
day,
you.
we must not think about the health of the city. So long as the day is won. That is what's important. Lady Call says, what would you have my soldiers do? Man the walls?
I think your soldiers seem particularly well trained and might be best suited for street side ambushes, setting up. Provided that you think that's within their expertise, but I suspect well-trained soldiers will be extremely effective in an ambush at these blockades, fighting street by street, retreating into the shadows.
You talk as if you don't expect the walls to hold at all. What exactly are we doing before they get into the city?
We will
destroying as much of their force as we can, as we possibly can, before they inevitably get into the city.
If we can win this battle on the walls, all the better. But we need to be prepared for that to not be the case as well. On the walls, we will commit. I would imagine we will commit a good, sizable chunk of our forces. Even militia can fire bows, throw spears, stones if need be, rain down hell from upon these walls. But the enemy is crafty, and they have the beasts that we've discussed, and possibly more.
I'm crafty.
The Lions of Brindle, and if your soldiers are a match for them, Lady Call, they should have no trouble.
Remind me, were her people on par with the Lion Guard or the Lions of Brindle? The Lion Guard is the 200. The Lions of Brindle are the 15 to 20.
It's the Lions of Brindle. Right?
Lions of, she claims the
Oh,
Lions of
Lions.
Brindle, yeah.
Okay.
So, if they're that good, they can easily match up with even the strongest of the hobgoblin fighters that we've experienced. I have no doubt that between them, the Lions of Brindle and the Lion Guard, that we can fend off the hordes of hobgoblins and even their elites. What needs to be focused on is going to be those that would bring down the walls, which would be the ogres and, more problematic, their flying allies.
Make a diplomacy check. Someone who hasn't made one yet.
Okay.
Who is in a 100-mile radius of this conversation.
Oh, sorry, I thought he was going to. I was giving him his fair shot. No, I'm very good at these.
Do you want to use this one, or do you want me to use my 0 here?
You can use your 0.
Yeah.
This will be my hero point roll.
Unless you roll
If
net
it
20.
needs to
I'm
be.
calling it ahead of time. Actually, I can't do a
Pretty
lot
good.
better than
Yeah.
that.
You don't
It's a
hero
15.
point that.
That's
I
pretty
do not
good.
hero point.
Yeah.
You have no modifier?
Nope.
There's no
The
modifier.
Lady-
man's never diplomed him in his life.
Lady Call nods and says, I admit you have thought this through.
Nice job.
We've fought them a few times.
So be it.
Nice work.
My guard will be with you in this. And then lastly, Jarmath looks to Celeria and says, "You've been quite silent. What do you feel of the situation?" And she pauses for a long moment before saying, "This place is alien to me. Its walls are wrong. But I realize they are essential as well. I must see them as trees for which our owls can perch, and not the unnatural stone eyesores that I see them as. I agree. It is best to use the walls to our best advantage and defend rather than attack, at least to begin." Jarmath says, "So be it, we are agreed on this. And it seems as though this group has many ideas for defense of the city once its gates are breached, or if they, in their cleverness, find some other way within the walls. So I trust that you will share your designs with us as we move forward."
On that note, we feel that Brindle's bridges across the Elsier should be temporarily dismantled.
What?
Obstructed.
Obstructed might be a better term for it.
Explain yourself.
Currently, it seems, at least in our estimation, the easiest way to bypass the main defensive fortification of the city, that is the walls. I know there are gates and portcullises and some defensive features over there, but I feel against this force in particular, they represent too great a risk. For instance, imagine if the dragons appear and focus their enmity on a single one of those towers, and suddenly there is a 20-foot wide stone path with an endless column of the red hand streaming forth.
I believe the bigger concern, even than that, I went on a scouting flight with the Owl Riders and saw, I believe I mentioned, on the north side of the Elsier, a group of 8 of these Barghests, the ones who can go invisible and change their shape. The longer that we leave the bridges open and any opportunity, the more likely that they sneak in and the enemy is in our midst. And if they're in the walls already, a group of 8 of them could potentially open our gates from behind.
Lady Call is the first to speak here and says, "What you are talking about is a last stand. You wish to prevent any opportunity to flee for our troops should things go poorly."
Well, I mean,
At
Did you
least-
tell us about the spell that you used for it?
Yeah, I wouldn't have been
Is it-
keeping that a secret.
is it
I've prepared
fast?
it twice today, literally, so that I could go start doing this after this meeting if everybody signs off.
What's the like cast time?
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
I'll double check.
well, as far as
Instantaneous range touch. So-
as far as I've been told, I look over at Davian. He can change.
Shazak had a patented spell.
He can change the shape of that stone near instantaneously to disconnect this bridge And I look over at Immerstal, who's just reading. If Robes over there is any more skilled than Davian, which his disinterest makes me assume he is. I suspect that he and those beneath him could probably reestablish the connection of the bridge at a moment's notice if the evacuation was necessary.
Immerstal just like smiles at this and says, honestly, I'm all for the last stand. I think if
Freaking nihilist wizard
if
who's
things
ready to die.
if things don't go well, Alandri and I are going down with the ship, so to speak. We are not interested in relocating, finding new real estate. So, by all means, close off the bridges. I don't care.
I was going to say the wizard is probably the most capable of getting out in the event of a last stand, but
Me too.
I appreciate your pessimism.
Lars says, while the sentiment is dire, I don't know if I disagree. What chance would we have of ever regaining the Veil if we lose? What few soldiers escape might be able to find their way north to your homeland, perhaps, but they would never be able to come back here.
It's an awfully long walk.
Perhaps it is, but
It's pretty cold too.
is it a nicer place to live than under the thumb of some lord of hell? I assume so. I've heard some nasty rumors about the north, but
It's even a nicer place to live than the Otsir Vale. I mean,
You really shouldn't
Yes.
talk.
my point being, perhaps it isn't such a deplorable way of thinking about it. We have talked again and again about wanting to preserve this place. Well, perhaps we should just put our lives on it and preserve it.
Hell yeah.
No way to get a man to
Poor
fight for
choice
his
of
life
words.
as quickly as to tell him that there is no escape.
Lady Call looks to you and says, understand, Davian, that you are the one that will be telling them that. It is not so easy a thing to do in front of their faces as it is to say here in this chamber. But if our wish is to put every ounce of force behind this defense and leave no other options, then so be it. I will fight that conflict.
Sick.
Jarmath says, I would ask, however, that you not destroy the bridges. Block them, make them impassable, sure. But I see no reason to destroy them.
It would
We
be
would never dream of destroying a bridge.
never destroy a bridge.
Bruno just looks away.
it
We didn't destroy any. We temporarily dismantled them.
would be
They're
Well,
still there in
yeah.
small pieces.
Yeah, so
They
It's
probably
pending,
look
You just gotta put it
more
back together.
pending a second opinion from an engineer. It would be
worth more this way.
approximately creating a 10 to 20 foot gap in the stone, reshaping that stone into a fortification on both of the near sides of the bridge.
People who brought you the Niemann Gap, are you ready for the Brindle Gap?
It sounds to me like it would destroy the bridge entirely.
That's why I'm getting a second opinion from an engineer. I do not mean to destroy the full structure, and if my thought won't work, I could simply reshape a portion of the bridge such that there is a large flat stone wall preventing it from being crossed.
So be it. I will trust you with the aid of my engineers in the city and make whatever decision you feel appropriate. Although I do ask, as service to me, as favor to me, that you not destroy them.
Who's saying this?
Jarman.
What about rigging them to be collapsed in the event of an emergency?
I mean, we're just gonna make a gap in them, and you should, in theory, be able to undo it with stone shape
Yeah,
afterwards.
but just if all of the worked stone that I do gets pulled this way, there's no like extra stone for them to extend in a
Exactly.
pinch.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
with you.
It will take a few days and it will be delicate work, but I believe I can complete it in such a way to leave us both satisfied with the outcome.
So be it. We are then agreed. My question then is of Tredor's forces, alongside those of Pharasma and all of the temples in this city. We have precious few clerics, all things said and done, if you look at the composition of our forces. My suggestion is that we station them all in the Cathedral of Sarenrae. We transform the site into sort of a battlefield hospital of sorts. That way we defend them from harm as much as possible, and keep them out of harm's way, out of combat, and ferry the injured, the wounded, the casualties to them. Before he can barely even get through that, both Lady Call and Captain Olverth make clear their displeasure. Their ideas are some variations of spreading the clerics in groups throughout the city, behind the walls, but throughout the city, in the hopes that their healing magic is more accessible to fighting in cramped quarters and random places and surprises that might happen while fighting in the sort of narrow confines of the streets of Brindle.
Give them our idea. We have a solution to satisfy them both.
Yeah.
We had this argument.
So
I think that perhaps you have a way of reconciling your concerns. I agree with Lord Jarmuth that we should concentrate the clerics within the Temple of Sarenrae, use it as a battlefield hospital, but in addition, I think that it will be possible to erect barriers, blockades throughout the city, and we can rotate clerics from the cathedral to safely behind these blockades along safe corridors, so that if there are any highly urgent wounds that require immediate healing or will result in death, they can be addressed immediately. The bulk of injuries, we can rotate troops who are injured to the cathedral, have them healed, get them back into the fight, and any dire injuries can be settled on site, but safely behind blockades. So we would still keep most clerics close within the temple and close by the temple behind blockades, but there would be at least a handful of clerics in these relatively safe positions that could deal with any severe injuries.
We'll call them street outposts.
Jarmath nods and says, yes, this would keep the vast majority of these clerics safe from combat.
Correct.
Lady Call is not pleased with this. She says, this is ridiculous. The clerics are of no use if they are not where the combat is happening, where the injured are being injured on the streets in these skirmishes with our foes. Lord Jarmath should not have an opinion on this. His vote should not be counted. He's purely here speaking on behalf of his lover here, trying to protect her followers instead of thinking of the good of the city.
Oh, didn't expect that.
Well then.
I would like the equivalent of a insight check.
Wait,
Yeah,
Accusing Tredora accusing him of Tredora of being involved.
that's right, yeah.
What am I adding to this?
Perception.
29.
Jarmath looks a little bit bashful and a little bit livid. But he doesn't say anything, which maybe speaks volumes about the accuracy of that accusation.
I
Oh yeah.
chime in, and after Lady Call's outburst, I would say, in similar fashion to your response was the differing opinions that myself and Runar shared when talking about this, as he held a position akin to Jarmath. However, I'm sure that with what we've mentioned, there should be a balance that we can strike, where we can have clerics who, while not standing on the walls, are close enough to heal those who are in the thick of things, without having to put our whole hand out on display on the front line.
We can execute this plan similar to our plan with the walls. Position A is the clerics are dispersed strategically behind where our forces are on the wall. They're not up on the wall, but they are close, near to the action without being directly in harm's way. If and when the call goes out that it is time to abandon the walls and move to the next phase of the fight, the clerics can retreat to the Temple of Saren Ray for the remainder of the ordeal.
Well, checkpoints
I was gonna say that's kind of what Lady Call was saying.
is none centralized. She's saying none centralized, all dispersed.
I think that.
I'm saying all dispersed initially, and
I
then
disagree.
I disagree.
So.
Well, you said
Yeah.
not, but you said not even on the walls though, like beyond
Yeah.
behind the walls.
fair, true.
I would also say, to regardless of Lord Jarmath's motivations, his point still stands. A dead cleric on the walls cannot heal anyone, and
And a
If
dead
we-
soldier cannot fight. I find it odd, this is Olverth speaking, I find it odd that we all speak of fighting for the defense of this city, fighting for our lives, but for some reason, Tredora's clerics are more important than my soldiers?
Tredora's clerics don't survive the initial assault. There will be no clerics to heal your soldiers, Captain. And from my experience, when I fought clerics at Drellin's Ferry of the enemy, do you know who I killed first? The cleric. There will be no clerics to protect your soldiers if the enemy thinks the same way I do. And I assure you, they are, well, maybe not every bit as devious, but quite cunning enough and devious enough to kill every cleric on sight before targeting your men. It is exactly what I would do were I in their position, and it is why I believe we need to keep our clerics behind the main force. If we do not, we will have no clerics within the first 10 minutes of the battle. You can take my word for it.
Someone make a diplomacy check for Call, and someone make a diplomacy check for Lars.
I guess I'll take Call because I halfway agreed with
Yeah.
her.
I'll do Lars then, since I just sort of rebutted him.
Okay.
Hero point.
I'm going to use my omen, or my hero card.
Hero point turned my 4 into a 5.
Hey.
Okay. I got a 28.
Okay.
15.
All right.
That's my last card, by the way. No more.
Captain Lars Ulverth concedes the position. He says, I only meant to act in the best interests of my soldiers.
I understand.
I understand your point. Lady Kahl, however, says, this is folly. I will not vote in support of this foolish plan. At this point, you're at a bit of a crossroads because Lars is in favor. Jarmath is, I think, too embarrassed now to take a side publicly. Lady Kahl is not in favor. There are 2 voices left in the room, though, that you think might be able to sway. Tredora herself, who has been silent, mostly silent, and Celeria, who has said nothing so far. Do any of you want to address the 2 of them?
Yes, I'll be happy to. Well, actually, before anybody else.
She did ask me when we were in town, like me personally, like how I would use her clerics, and I gave the answer they're pitching for. So I don't know if that helps any. At least much closer to that than putting them all in the temple.
Is there anybody who has like a particular person they want to address before? Because I kind of have a thought for both of them.
It's good to know, actually. That's good context.
Yeah, because she did say that she would be in the thick of it.
And she also asked how, if I was in her position, how I would spread her forces.
Yeah.
I've got one that's a slight bit of a curveball.
For
Immerstal.
For Immerstal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's I love that. I love that.
Immerstal. Where will you be when the Red Hand arrives?
I don't know if I've decided yet.
Sieging the city.
He's in a red cloak. Okay.
I have been preparing some defenses should they penetrate too deep into the city. Some magical surprises of sorts.
I do love surprises.
But I
Like a tour.
Says the man who sees the
I
future.
was just gonna say- Although it would probably make
That's
you
pretty
appreciate
good.
it.
That's
more
what
if
I'm
you were
saying. Exactly. That's exactly what I was
surprised.
saying.
Rex would be like, fucking liar.
However, if Alondri is so spirited in combat, feeling that she wants to shed some blood, I suppose I will do the same.
Dope. That means we can riddle her to go to the front lines. What are you doing? Oh, these are our friend wizards that follow us around.
Give her an option to riddle a bunch of enemies.
Is Celeria, she's the high... Is she the speaker of the Tiri Kator?
Yes, she's like Nora Whiston, but for the elves.
Speaker, Celeria. I know that you've seen firsthand the raw cunning and brutality of these beings, and know that they are extremely intelligent and devious, and they will target our clerics if we put them in harm's way. And I think you know that what that means for the rest of our forces. Do you think you could speak your opinion on the matter?
I don't know if I am in a place to make a decision one way or another. Champions, clerics, are not a traditional path of our people. However, much like the walls, I am not a fool to the reality of our situation. Tell me, this approach that you suggest, do you not feel that it removes the thrill of battle, the thrill of victory from these clerics, forced to hide within the walls of their temples?
Oh no, I suspect they'll, by the end of the day, even they will see the thrill of combat. I just intend to delay that time as much as possible so that they can save as many lives as they can. I suspect we'll all have the thrill of combat in the end, but it's like a... I want to make a metaphor basically in Elvish. I'm going to say this to her, and it's going to be a metaphor about like do I see like fruits or like fruit trees at Star Song Hill?
Yeah, there's fruit there.
Yeah, so I'll make a metaphor about picking an apple when the time is ripe, and compare it to like the position of the clerics in battle. I'm going to do this in Elvish.
Okay, go ahead and make your diplomacy check there.
Okay. Nat 20.
Hey!
For a total of 31.
Celeria ponders this and says, "You are right. It would be foolish to rush into combat that we know is coming regardless. Yes, I support this plan. I will vote in its favor." There's a long pause, and Jarmath looks to Tridora and says, "Tridora, what is your vote? Should you be against this plan, we are at a impasse." There's a long pause, and then Tridora says, "I am torn. I can see both sides of this argument, and I feel I am not capable of an impartial decision. Therefore, I will abstain." And with that, by a thin margin,
2-1.
the decision is made to follow your plan to keep the clerics mostly centralized, especially after initial combat.
I still think it should be like 30% centralized, 70% spread out.
Caleb agrees with you. Tor sides with Runar.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a densely, like the dense of them at like 30%, that's still like in one place a large number of your clerics, percentage wise, and if the other ones are distributed.
Yeah, like roving medical units with a centralized hospital for backing up, but
this was a challenging discussion. He kind of eyes Lady Call as he says this. There is one other aspect that we have not discussed, but that I believe we are all agreed upon. That is you. I think there is no disagreement, and he looks to his peers at the table, that you are among our strongest allies in the defense of this city. As a result, we have discussed this briefly before your arrival. we hope that you will act as skirmishers in this conflict, moving to and when you are needed in the most dire circumstances, providing key support just in time. To facilitate the strategy, Immerstal has been so kind to offer telepathic bond.
That's freaking good.
That's big.
I will
That's freaking good.
That's good.
I will defer to you. However, I suggest that we use one of his targets on himself, one on myself, and at least one on one of you. That leaves the fourth. I am open to ideas of how to use the last.
I think it's
Lars or Jadora.
well,
Kiliar.
isn't there?
Oh, yeah,
like
Kiliar's
5
the
people
one.
can be linked.
Oh, is it 5?
Because I was
thought it
looking
was
at that,
4.
and I can
That's a
do a
good
whole
idea.
group.
It's Kiliar for sure. Yeah.
Let me double check. Just
Unless
make sure.
Celeria,
Celeria.
unless she's
It
going
might
to
be
be
that
with
you link
them.
4 people.
Uh,
Yeah.
And you
I
the
want
caster of the
Celeria
company.
with Jarmeth.
Why?
Targets you and up to 4 willing creatures. So there are 2 more that you get to choose.
We'll
Just don't choose
I'll
the
look
spy,
at,
guys.
I'll look at Celeria and ask, will you be with your owl riders?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. I think I might be able to aid in the coming conflict, but perhaps indirectly, not with my own claws and teeth.
Then I suggest Kiliar as one. If
Agreed.
we're to get between, first, if we're to have contact and highlight which of our flying adversaries the Owl Riders may engage with, contact with Kiliar would be critical. And if we're to move from one part of the city to the other, having the Owl Riders able to come down, swoop to us, and bring us elsewhere is going to be our most effective way to affect multiple parts of the battle.
Brilliant. They are the fastest creatures we have in this battle, especially now that we have no cavalry. I agree. I think this is wise. How do you feel about using the last of the telepathic bond on Tredora? She has the closest ties to the clerics in the city. At this, Lady Call literally, audibly snorts, rolls her eyes. But she doesn't say anything.
I think she's a pretty good option.
Yeah.
The other
that makes
option
sense.
to me would be Helmbreaker, but I feel like keeping tabs on the clerics is going to be more valuable.
Also, if Tredora handles the routing of her clerics from wherever, whether she's centrally located at the cathedral or otherwise, if she handles managing the clerics, she can most effectively reroute them to where they ought to be, or when certain ones should take a bow out from the near front lines and return towards the cathedral.
Lars speaks up and says, I understand your ideation here, but you have decided that the clerics will mostly be centralized. Would it not make more sense for myself or one of my lieutenants to be a part of this?
Lars is not a bad idea.
Tredora.
We should have, with Lars overseeing, the primary forces on the wall.
Feels like a
No better individual to make the call if it's time to move to our next phase of the defense.
I agree.
Lady Call speaks up at that and says, well, by that logic, I should be the fifth. My personal guard are every bit as competent as Olverth's cast.
Will you be on the lines?
And
I look between her and Lars. Actually, I'll even word it as which of you will be fighting with your soldiers.
She looks at you
you
for a long time. She makes eye contact.
And it wasn't even. He said it like matter of fact.
Yeah.
Right.
Not
he,
even.
He wasn't
as, like,
trying to be
like,
quippy.
undercut.
If you say
Yeah.
that it's you, then we'll talk.
That's so great.
She says, she stares at you and she says, "Do not underestimate me, boy."
He just so Rex like blinks because he just asked a matter of fact question, but like was not prepared for it. Like he was just like, all right, which one of you is gonna be up there? But he looks and he's like, I mean, I met a pretty badass chef the other day, so I'm not one to judge by looks. I'm just asking which of you intends to be up front.
She seems like a little disarmed by that. Like she seems like, oh, okay, he wasn't trying to call me out.
Yeah. She's so used to intrigue
Yeah,
somebody that's just like
Plain spoken.
just walking head on into traffic.
Is this the woman that like half the town owes a favor? Like,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She says, "I'm sorry. You are, however, correct. Lars will be on the front lines, and I will not."
That's a good call.
And I think what's important to cover is, with respect to yourself, Lady Call, and Tredora, which, where will you be at this time? Will you, if you are together in any capacity, then the telepathic bond that Lord Jarmath has would be sufficient to communicate amongst each other.
I will defer to your to some of your ideas, but based on what you've said, I suspect, knowing the skills of my guards, it would be best to break them up into small groups, mobile and fast. I would lead one of them, and my lieutenants, my masters of arms would lead the rest, each of them, 3 or 4 strong. That way we could perform ambushes in the streets, cause as much damage, and then quickly leave.
This was
Lady Call. She's gonna lead one of her packs of guards for the ambush in the streets tactics. I won't suggest to know this city better than you, so I think that's probably a wise way to handle it.
Olverth says, "So it's decided then. I will be the 5th, and hopefully I can help rout my men effectively during the battle with your guidance."
Did Tredora say where she was gonna be? And Jarmath, respectively.
Tredora. Tredora hasn't said much. No one asked Tredora yet. Jarmath also hasn't said where he'll be. I don't think anyone's really asked them directly.
Imagine them being
Yeah.
Command center.
What of you, Lord Jarmath, Lady Tredora? Where were you two intending to be during the oversight of this battle?
Olverth says, "Well, Jarmath will stay right here. This is the safest place in the city." But Jarmath immediately shoots that down and says, "We've decided that there will be no escape from this place if we do not win. Therefore, I will help lead alongside Lars. The two of us should be able to work in concert. I will defer to his mastery of arms."
so now 2 of the people with the link are standing next to each other for this fight.
No, he's saying he's gonna be more or less front line,
Front lines,
similar to
presumably different
Lars, but
areas.
not beside each other.
Yeah.
That's right. We will split our forces evenly. Perhaps I will take our archers and crossbowmen while he takes the melee combatants, or vice versa. We will find an equilibrium between the two of us.
This makes sense. And the main bodies of our forces we have contact with telepathically.
Quick aside, I'm Would you all like a slice of cheesecake?
Yeah,
Oh.
I saw it when I stepped out.
Cheesecake
there.
intermission!
Decidedly.
Soon it's decided. Lars and Jarmuth will go here. Time out. Cheesecake for everyone.
That breath weapons that you don't get hit by, honestly, not that bad.
That's true. You just have to ask them not to aim at you.
Yeah.
Or just don't stand in where it's
Just
gonna
don't
be.
stand.
I'm so tempted to eat another piece of that. That was excellent.
Oh, please don't.
I won.
'Cause I want to take 2 pieces home. As long as there's 2 pieces left, have as much as you want.
Nope. I believe there's 3. I will not be having another one.
As
Do you
the
not have one?
council winds
Not a
down,
big, not a cheesecake creamy.
there is
Custard
one last thing
mousse.
that Jarmath brings up.
Yeah.
Yep.
The texture that I love is just like it's like nails on a chalkboard in your mouth.
He says, I think now we have covered all of the high-level requirements of this defense. We will obviously leave much of the minutia in preparation to you and our lords and ladies. Let us work together to ensure that we have the appropriate defenses, as much as is reasonable. I will trust you to use the resources, that is, the men and women of this city, in a reasonable way. Their time, their effort, such that we invest in the defenses as best as possible. In that spirit, I will give you a group a writ of 1,000 gold pieces to be used in whatever way you see fit within the shops and services of this city.
Alright guys, we got it. We can head out. All of this, we got 1,000 gold.
Let's go.
It is
Spent 2,000 gold reviving you guys.
it is not generally my way to pay for services granted before services provided before they are given. But I suppose in this circumstance, if it helps at all in the defense of the city, it will be worth it. And if we all fail, then no one will really mind what I've paid you.
You won't miss your gold.
Certainly not. Use it however you see fit.
Just drop it in the Elsevier.
The lords and ladies sitting before you, as well as the Shining Axe Company and our many citizens ready and raring to fight, are now, in a sense, at your disposal. We will... Some of us here, Oliver's plans on continuing his training and perhaps the building of fortifications. Emerstall has some plans for magic items and their creation. I think many of them for all of you. But I give you, in front of all of those gathered here, permission to act in my name between now and the beginning of conflict. I ask only that on the day of that battle mounts, we gather here again to begin our conflict in earnest, and allow Emerstall to connect all of our minds so that we might fight as one. Until then, good luck. I bid you good day.
One more thing worth mentioning. At least the Green and the Black Dragon have a bit of a personal grudge against us. Definitely one of us.
Would it not be true to say that the entire Red Hand army has a rather personal grudge against all of you?
Yeah, but these particular ones had a direct confrontation and insults, both bodily and reputationally, I suppose.
Big teeth, big egos.
They we might be able to leverage that. And there may be an opportunity to, if we're lucky, isolate possibly one of them. This might be something that we can arrange, but we'll coordinate with those who would be involved in such an endeavor. They don't like us. We can use that.
Agreed.
So be it. Good to know. Is there anything else then amongst your group? I trust that you will bring your missing companion into the fold once he arrives back in the city.
Absolutely.
He should be back here tomorrow.
Good. Thank you for your presence here today. I suspect, if not for your perspectives, we would have made little progress in deciding how to proceed. As it stands now, we have a clear plan. It gives me much hope for the next week or two.
The Veil Guard will not let you down.
The Veil Guard. I suppose that is appropriate under the circumstances. Well, I'm sure I will see you much in the coming days, but tonight I suggest you rest. I come to understand that you have been sleeping amongst the rest of the soldiers. By all means, I do not wish to pull you from the comfort of sleeping in the barracks with your companions, but if you wish, I can offer you much more comfortable sleeping quarters for the duration.
I'll take that.
He smiles and he says, so be it. Yes. I will,
I look over and I'm like, what?
No,
I've never slept in a nice bed.
He nods his head.
It's funny because we're very good and helpful people who are still kind of greedy at the end of the day.
I suppose you have come to know some of the Lion Guard quite well at this point, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Indeed.
Well, I will indicate to them that you are to be housed here in my guest quarters and be given all of the care of one of the Lord's guests in that nature. So please help yourself to my food and my stores and rest well in the feather beds. You know where to find me. Go now. We will talk soon. And with that, Lord Jarmath ushers you out of the Great Hall. And as you leave, you can see the lords and ladies also gather their retainers and begin dispersing out of the Lord's Manor into the city.
Do I pass by Ulver? What's his last name? Lars Ulver?
Ulverth.
If I pass by him as I'm exiting, and I like just offer my hand to shake. And
He shakes, yeah.
And I'll say, never met a man as big as you except my own father. Can't wait to see you on the battlefield.
Well met. I had been told that the Northmen often were taller than the men of the South, but
I probably look slightly up to him.
still, I'm surprised. It was good to hear all of you and your peers' opinions on warfare. I was, to be frank, rather skeptical of the claims that were made. But now, I am excited, to be honest, to see what you all are capable of. That bit with the water.
It's not a bit. It's sort of a yeah, it's a bit. Okay. But I can do it a really long time.
Is that well, I'm curious if you've ever tried to use it in combat.
Making water like kind of quickly.
I don't
No.
know. I wasn't sure if perhaps it had some use when things get heated.
So
I was told there was a story. I was speaking to one of your friends of the Tiri Kitor, and they said something about you destroying all of these foul demon creatures' eggs. And so I thought perhaps there was more to this than I saw today.
There's more. If things get heated, usually I end up dead. But
It's so many meanings and layers, like layers upon layers of wonderful.
He nods like he understands, but clearly does not understand.
But if things cool down, then it can be helpful in a fight. Typically, I'm more helpful around the fight. When we fought the Bahir, I did very well not being where it was, but keeping everyone alive.
Accurate.
Don't be so modest, Tor. And I'll throw like the glass of ice into the air.
Don't do this.
It's just been melting in his
Yeah, I'll throw the
for,
glass
like,
of ice in the air,
last-
just like and just like motion to you to fire at it.
I sigh and flick an icicle at it. Or actually, I guess for the sake of showmanship,
Yeah.
I'll flick a burst of electricity.
Ooh.
Here's the issue.
You hear a point, right?
It's not good. Fine, I'll hero point.
Yes! Let's go.
This is when the hero point works.
That's what
Five
you're
into
showing
that
off.
20.
No stakes.
You
Comes
need
in
to talk
clutch.
shit to it.
I imagine,
you
like-
stupid the hero point. You're not gonna do anything, are you?
So like I
Do
imagine
what you
I
want.
throw this really like a lot farther.
And I like sigh, turn my head away, and as it's like going down the hall, it just like bursts it.
Vaporize.
You know I can't resist, but it's really annoying. It feels like I don't have control of the situation. You know, that's it. I prefer.
Don't pretend like you didn't enjoy it.
And I look over and I go, sometimes it can be helpful. When I need to do a lot of damage again, sometimes I end up dead. But then
At least once.
you know they fix that. But
He just like grins and shakes his head, and he says, "This is going to be fun." And just sort of walks out.
And then
you
last
know,
thing I'll say is like, in case you were wondering, yes, all the Northmen are as crazy as we are.
as he like right after he like walks out and closes the door, I'll turn to her and I'll be like, "Do you think I should have shown him I can go invisible?"
No, I think that's a little too gauche, a little too showy.
Through
you
What?
see as you're talking here, you see a servant, human man, walk out and begin to sweep up the glass shards at the other side of the room.
Nice.
Well, okay, well he doesn't know that.
That's true. That's true.
I'll like consider evaporating them and then just be like, I don't want to take his job away.
Anyone else that you guys want to talk to before you guys funnel out?
Do we want to talk to Nora?
I actually suggested, I would suggest to you telepathically asking you to follow Noro.
So we can communicate this way, right?
Yeah, you can. I can send you a message, and you can.
And I can
like,
respond, and then you can message.
you
me.
can like mouth it back.
Yeah. So I would say I'd rather post up at the bridges. If your omen suspects that the bridges might be a place where intel leaves the city, and if one of the people in that room that hears we are closing the bridges, then it might be good to keep an eye on them tonight, especially.
Zach, I'm gonna cast See the Unseen once we're like outside of the main chamber, but when everybody else is like gathering up to leave and also exit.
Mark,
Okay.
I will cast See the Unseen and see if there is
anything unseen?
anything
Among
that
Us?
I now notice.
Bogus.
What is the language of that?
Oh shit! Okay.
English.
Your gaze pierces through illusions and finds invisible creatures and spirits. You can see invisible creatures as though they weren't invisible, although their features are still blurred, making them concealed and difficult to identify. You can also see incorporeal creatures, like ghosts, phase through an object from within 10 feet of an object's surface as blurry shapes seen through those objects. And subtler clues also grant you a +2 status bonus to checks you make to disbelieve illusions.
Okay. You see there are okay, hovering over I guess really next to his head, Immerstal's head, there is a invisible object. It's about like,
Let's go steal.
I don't know, maybe like this big. You don't see the exact, right?
It's a little blurry.
It's
yeah.
blurry. So it looks like relatively, it looks like flesh colored, like maybe dark skinned, like
Like his skin tone?
maybe not quite that dark, but not as light as like my skin
I
tone.
want an
Somewhere in
iron stone
between.
that's just a small head.
You can see it's just like the details are blurry, but you can tell that it's about that color.
It just whispers advice to you.
Interesting.
Don't go that way.
Do I notice anything else?
It just floats right next to his head as he walks around. I don't think you see anything else here.
I will. How late is it right now?
These discussions took a couple
Yeah.
hours, so it's probably closing in on evening at this point.
Okay.
He would have provided food for you all
Okay.
to eat and stuff, so it's
So
not like you're
say-
wanting for food or drink.
If I'm not hungry, then I will go and begin my night by following Nora, and I will go invisible whenever I get the opportunity.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna follow him around for a little while, but then I do. My eventual plan is to go post up by the bridge. So I think I want to watch wherever Noro kind of ends up.
Okay.
But then I'd probably want to meet back up with this group and let them know my plan to kind of, or maybe I would just tell you this before I go that I'll follow Noro and then maybe post up by the bridge to see if there's any of these figures that, or any mysterious figures that lead that way.
Okay.
I would. So they stepped out.
Mm-hmm.
You stepped out to use your See the Unseen before peeking again. I think I would have lingered a bit in the room while everybody was getting their stuff together.
Okay.
Just kind of looking around, leaning on my glaive. I'm one day away from being at peak form again. Tomorrow I'm peak form. But I want to... I'm staring down, looking at like the different dispositions of the people as they're getting ready to leave. if anybody looks like they're particularly rushed. Also giving specific attention to Noro, because he was so quiet the whole time, the guy who loved to chat.
Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
35.
So, Immerstal leaves pretty quickly, not in a rush. He just doesn't waste any time, doesn't talk to anybody, he just leaves right away. You notice that Davian is like really staring at Immerstal as he walks past.
Raise an eyebrow. But
But that's the only thing really you notice. Apart from, at some point, you can see him when he's probably out of most people's earshot. He starts talking to himself a little bit. You can't really tell what he's saying. You can just tell he's talking to himself. He just seems to be like very casually walking back home. Having a conversation. With himself.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more like sending a message.
Can I roll to see if I have any idea what the floating invisible thing is?
Roll an Arcana check. You see Tredora leave pretty quickly, attended by one of her clerics or perhaps champions of Sarenrae. You notice that there is also a representative of the other two temples with her that are acting as like sort of emissaries perhaps. Yeah,
I do pay a little bit of particular regard to Tredora. Not really out of I want your attention, but kind of a just intrigue. But nothing more than that.
What'd you roll?
25.
25. You suspect it may be either clairvoyance or clairaudience. Both of these spells require a physical, invisible object in order for them to work.
Immerstal, don't let us down like this, ma'am.
You notice that Jarmath, it looks that he really made an effort not to talk to Tredora as she leaves. Lady Call meets with some of her advisors, some of her guard. You notice her guard do not wear the same type of heavy armor that like the Lion Guard do. They seem to prefer light armor. But you notice they are heavily armed with hidden weapons all over their bodies. You didn't notice any of this on Lady Call herself, but you can tell that they these men and women that she surrounds herself with are making an effort to look less threatening than they really are. And they're deep in conversation from the pieces that you pick up about the conversations in preparation for the coming days as she leaves with them.
As she presumably walks past me, I might give the passing comments slash question of being like, do you suppose you all could coordinate with Rillor during your activities?
She pauses and stares at you. What exactly do you mean by that?
He might have some ideas. Might cook something up. You would know better than me.
She stares at you a long time.
Again, this is like This is again just like straight face. Not even putting on airs.
Are you trying to hide anything from her in this? Or are you just straight...
I am saying this in the air of being like, hey, I said this, and I think you probably know what Rillor is because of who you are. And so it's like I didn't say this in front of the whole group because I don't think Rillor would have appreciated it, but I said it to a person that I'm assuming knows what he is capable of.
She stares at you a long time, and then she takes a step toward you so that it would be difficult for anyone to overhear. And she says, I look forward to seeing both of those dragon heads. And she like gives you a wink.
Give a hawkish grin.
And then she walks out.
She seems almost pleased by that trade, if that's possible.
Yeah.
If that's possible. She still kind of has that ever present frown, but yeah.
I'm enjoying doing the forthright toddler walking in and just kicking over things and being like, you see that?
Finally, Noro sort of walks out, stops to talk to you, and he reaches out to shake your hand.
I will shake his
sort
hand.
of takes it with both hands and shakes it. Says, it really is good to see all of you again. A overwhelming conversation today. I'll be honest, I feel a little bit out of my depth here. I had trouble enough, well, I don't have to tell you, I had trouble enough keeping Drellin's Ferry in order, but these characters are, well...
It's like a leveled up
Oh.
Yormel.
Not to speak ill of Yormel, but he has little on the political machinations of the lords of this place. I find myself wanting to return to a smaller town, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah. I do.
Are you staying here with Lord Jarmath?
Probably.
Well, he's given Sarana and I rooms, and he kind of explains where they're lodging here in the keep. Feel free to call upon me if I can help in any way. But I think now I'm going to retire to bed early. This has been a memorable day. Well done in there, by the way. I think you all covered quite a bit of ground. Seeing you all talk this afternoon, I wonder how any of us in Drellin's Ferry was brave enough to speak out against you.
Well,
I feel rather foolish, if I'm honest.
well, I suppose to be fair, it's a lot easier to deny the facts before your half of the countryside has fled to your city and has now been evacuated from it. There's a little bit more ground to stand on in conversation when certain things can no longer be denied.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I suppose it's tough when you're the first town to burn.
Hmm.
He looks a little somberly at that, but
He, Rex kind of like shifts. Well, if there's one thing that we can say, also the first town to get sense
and to protect its citizens and to not put anyone at risk.
Well, I rather like that description better.
Probably saved quite a few lives on your way through Tarleton, Limon Gap, and Talar on the way back just by being there.
Perhaps. Although we met a great number of people even more bullheaded than our own citizens. But I think you're right.
Can't reach them all.
It does give me some sense of relief knowing that the citizens of Drillens Ferry now are still under Serana's capable gaze as they head out to Denevar. But anyhow,
You don't have any alarms.
I'll speak to you soon. Please let me know if I can help in any way. Good night.
Good night.
Jose, do you want to ask? Oh, sorry. What did that?
Immerstal, was Elandri not invited to be here today?
Do you stop him like at the door, or do you follow him and then catch up with him?
I let him start heading down the hall a bit, and then I catch up.
He keeps walking, kind of looks over his shoulder. Do you walk with him? Do you follow him?
Yeah.
What's that?
Was Elandri not invited to the meeting as well?
Oh, no. She wasn't invited. I don't think she would have come anyhow.
Can I presume that's what that's for? And I'll just straight up gesture to it.
He stops and looks at you. And you see the thing. It looks up close. It looks awfully like an ear. Disappear. And
Nothing says innocence like making it disappear once it's noticed.
Yeah.
and he like waves at you to follow him and walks out of the building.
That's how Davian dies. Let him take you to his second location.
Oh God.
Come on, Mr. 1v1 Master.
That's a signal for one of your friends.
Rex, I'll be right back.
I would have heard. I had the god tier perception check.
Can you hear
Presume.
4 times as well too?
I don't know.
Can you hear blood and color in the
I don't
dark?
know.
So as you're talking to Noro, probably,
Yeah.
or even maybe before you're talking to Noro, you hear Davian say like, "He'll be right back." You get out of the building.
Be like, oh wait, actually, he might not have heard me. And I will cast message and point at him.
Okay.
And just be like, follow soon,
Oh, okay.
which would just come as a whisper.
Okay. You head out of the building, so provided you follow him, and you get just outside the main grounds. So just outside, like the main sort of like the actual the area that the groundskeepers
Yeah, like a
maintain.
kid asleep last
There's like a low wall that like separates the grounds of the keep from the rest of the city, and you see someone. Make a perception check.
27.
You see someone hiding behind a tree, like right outside of this area, along the path. Not easy to spot. Clearly, they're good at hiding, but Immerstal kind of leads you right toward that tree. Do you follow him?
Yeah.
As you get like basically right adjacent to the tree, someone steps out and punches you in the arm and says, "David, you nosy brat. It's a laundry." And she says, "Oh, you couldn't keep your mouth to yourself? So what? I wanted to listen into your little chat. What's the big deal?"
I had a feeling that might be the case.
Could have just said so.
You look over and you can see Immerstal like losing his shit. He is just like just trying to hold back his tears, laughing at you.
Well, as you heard, there's a chance that there's a spy amongst the ranks. I was just doing my due diligence.
Immerstal nods and says, "I don't doubt you, and I won't hold it against you, although she might. I am fairly confident if there is a spy, there wasn't one in that room. But it is interesting that you mentioned that they can take the form of people. What did they look like when you spotted them?"
Goblins when I saw
Clerics of Saren. That
No.
wasn't them?
Well,
Yeah.
that was the spider ones.
There were clerics of Sarah, and then there were goblins.
The Barghest turned into goblins when I was hunting them.
Yeah. So clerics of Saren rank that turned into these spider-like fiendish creatures, as well as Barghests disguised as lowly goblins.
Huh. Well,
What makes you so confident that that room was free of any potential betrayers?
Well, I suppose just because I question how much knowledge one of these betrayers could have possibly gathered in order to have a conversation as we did in that room. Perhaps it could have been me, so I can hardly blame you for poking about. I didn't really contribute much to that conversation. But who else? Celeria? You know her. Unless you suspect her.
Celeria and Helmbreaker are only here saved by happenstance and that of my group and the travels. I feel that they are somewhat vindicated on that in that way.
I think that makes sense. And besides, clearly, these hobgoblins are bold. That much we can't argue with. Their ploys have been surprisingly masterful for such creatures. But do you think them reckless enough to try to, kill and replace one of the lords of Brindle?
Absolutely.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, that feels a bit rich for my blood. Now, I will grant you this. If what you say is true, I would bet every penny I've ever made that there are spies in the city. I don't think they would be so bold as to weasel their way into a council like that. It does make me worry, though, for Jarmath and Lady Call's guard. I feel like that is a position that would be easily attainable. Or any of Tredora's clerics or champions, if they've already succeeded in becoming a cleric already, or posing as one. But scarier yet, what about the rank-and-file soldier, or even any of these refugees, the few refugees still left in the city? It would be so trivially easy for them to pose as one of them and never be noticed until it's too late, until they turn on us. No, I think I worry more about internal defenses. I don't worry about my own. I am confident, and I think you've seen enough of my tower to know that it is not an easy thing to gain access to. But there are other sensitive areas in the city. What if someone were to just open one of the gates at the wrong time? Yes, it makes me nervous, but I'm confident that it isn't one of the men and women you spoke to today.
Well, that is certainly somewhat reassuring. Let's see if we can't deal with some of the other opportunities for sabotage before they get a chance to execute.
Listen, all y'all.
Do you know, by any chance, where you're spending that 1,000 gold? I'm more than happy to fulfill a commission.
I think we've sent plenty of work your way so far, but I would be shocked if some more of that didn't reach your coffers.
Well, I'm more than a pretty face, so I will remind
How do you feel
that
about bulk discounts?
Alandri like leans in. Bad. we feel bad about it. He says, I'm more than a pretty face, and I'm more than an alchemical crafter as well. When push comes to shove, I am a rather experienced elementalist. So should it come to it, know that I know my way around the electrification, burning to ash, freezing solid of my foes. Don't be afraid to use me in such way.
A siege weapon unto yourself.
Oh, I think that's an understatement. Anyhow, just don't underestimate me is all I mean to say. Or Alandri, for that matter. She kind of winks at you. And Immersthal sort of says adieu, good night, and leaves you there.
I will then return and at some point presumably run into a
Yeah.
concerned looking Rex and then explain what had happened.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Alandri was just listening.
No, I'm glad you checked.
Slight false alarm, but better safe than sorry. I must say I would have been very disappointed if Immersthal was working with the enemy. That would be a
Catastrophe.
huge blow.
The central part to our intercommunication.
Yes.
Being, yeah, I think. We'd be screwed.
Also, you know, some of my more splashy spells, I'm pretty sure he can do most of them in his sleep, so he will be quite the asset when the day comes.
Well, usually, that's crazy, right? Because usually you can recharge yourself to get more spells when you sleep. So if he just sleeps the whole fight, we can just...
What are you doing? Oh, he's
we
sleep
can just-
landing bolting.
We can just win, right? We just set it, we put his bed on the wall and just aim his wand in a direction and...
Normally, it's a huge problem.
Yeah, right. It's really,
Why do you think
that's
he
why
built
it's so
a tower?
fortified?
He built a fortified tower because they sit him in there. He just shoots fireballs off out of his hand while he's sleeping.
It's actually that's how they came up with fireworks originally.
Yeah.
Just like a wizard with sleep apnea.
The narcoleptic wizard.
All right, so
I misunderstood the necromancy school, and I went to the narcolepsy school.
There was one more thing I wanted to say to just stop Celeria.
okay.
And just say, don't want to hold you up while I'm sure we're all tired of meetings at this point, but
Where can I find you? So that perhaps we can talk tomorrow.
Oh, to be honest, I have been feeling rather uncomfortable here in the city as of late. I've been leaving the city and traveling out into the plains to the northeast.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's the correct direction.
No, I was thinking like other planes of existence. Like this guy just goes out. I was like, yeah, fire plane sounds cool today.
Feels safer than here.
I'm like, what the fuck?
It helps me feel less pinned down, burdened.
Oh, I understand.
But it also makes me rather easy to find, as you might imagine. There's not much but plains and grasses out there. You're welcome to come find me if you wish.
I think they'll be sealing the North Bridge tomorrow.
Well, I don't use the bridges, so.
I assume that she either
Just two of
rides.
them.
Beast shape.
Yeah, she
Oh,
either,
yeah, I
she
can
either
only like
rides
one
her
per day.
croc or goes fish.
Oh, and if you see Jalara before I do, let her know I might have another ballad to for her to evaluate.
Well, she promised to be here before the conflict starts. I don't know when, but I'll let her know.
Thank you.
And one final thing, probably for the day in session, if I had to guess. I would love to meet with the city engineer and vet my plan. If putting a gap in the bridge is going to like ruin its structural integrity, I won't do it.
Okay.
And if it isn't just going to cause both halves to collapse, then I will put like a pull like 20 feet worth of stone back and turn it into a fortification on the south side of the
You
bridges.
could also, since you can shape the stone, shape part of it to go down into the water into the support beam so it's still connected. So it's a ramp. So there's not actually a gap, it just ramps down. You get what I'm saying? I'll draw it after.
Okay. Well, will a big gap make it collapse? Is my big question.
He basically looks at you and says, "Do you know what a keystone is?"
Is it an arch bridge?
Yeah.
I am familiar.
Yes, it will fall down if you try to do that.
Disappointing, but understood.
What is the goal here?
To make the bridge impassable coming from the north.
Well,
And the south, I guess. Just, yeah, impassable.
what can my engineers do to help?
Looking for a bit of a redesign that would not lead to the bridge collapsing into the river. I have magic that will allow me to reshape the stone itself in relatively
I see.
simple, crude fashion.
So you were going to just separate the bridge so that it was no longer passable.
I wanted to
move
run it
the
by
stone
you
by
first because I didn't want to collapse the whole thing, but yes.
What if we provided you a full couple cartloads of stone? Would you be able to use it, or does it have to be in the bridge already?
I could use loose stone, I believe. Targets cube of stone 10 feet across or smaller. So I guess would need large chunks for peak efficiency, but I could use stone that is not a part of the bridge. Just make a...
Well, we keep stone for repairs of the walls. They come in relatively large chunks. We use them as, the large bricks that we mortar together to form the walls for repairs. We could provide you several of those.
enough to roughly form an impassably large wall.
I don't know if we could build it, but if you can build it, we can give you the raw materials to make it.
That'll work.
How quickly do you need it done?
As soon as possible.
Okay.
I can start shaping it today.
Oh goodness.
But it
Well,
will
it's
take
going to
me
take a bit longer than
a
that.
few days to shape enough volume of stone to assemble this wall.
Well, I don't know if you knew this, but stone is heavy. It weighs quite a lot. Transporting it is a challenge, but if I get all of the engineers on it, I think we could get you enough to do what you need in the next couple days.
Would an ice path through town help you get it there more quickly?
Well, if it's downhill.
What?
I don't actually say that.
What? Well, yes, but if you do have any other magic that you think would help, let me know. Otherwise, we'll get as much stone loaded on the carts as possible. We'll get it up here. You intend to do this to both bridges or just one?
Both.
Okay. Well, we have enough stone. It's only a matter of getting it here.
If you need additional manpower for the task, let me know, and we will dispatch some of the militia members to assist
Oh, goodness, how fast do you want it done?
as soon as we can get it done.
You give us 40 people, and we'll have it there tomorrow.
Done.
Ha! I like you. And he works with you to let you know
My
where to
name's
send people.
Devian,
And
by the way, if you need to find me or get in touch.
you send me those men, and we'll be in touch.
Deal. Yeah, I will do that. I will dispatch 40 of the militia to...
You tell them that they're going to have a really rough next 12 hours. Awesome. Yeah, fantastic. The next part of this adventure is pretty open-ended. It doesn't really make sense for me to do RP between now and say like about a week from now in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It makes more sense for you guys to think about what you want to do, pick and choose where you want to have interactions with NPCs so that we can cover that, and otherwise just kind of plan out how you want to spend the next week. And we can kind of skip ahead.
I am going to sell my soul to Lady Call for money.
Okay, awesome.
So that's one. Not actually my soul, but yeah.
So she'll love that.
Indeterminate favors in the future that
Sell out.
yeah.
I think ideally, at a high level, I would very much like you all to just post in chat the things you'd like to be doing,
Yeah.
and I'll coordinate out of game. And if we get enough done between now and next session, we could begin some really interesting stuff next session. So,
Yeah, I like that.
I also like fast traveling this 7 days of really important, but also not really important to RP
Really important
time.
logistics.
yeah, logistically important, but the RP you kind of did now. Now that said,
Aside from if anybody wants to between each other, which
Yes.
we can do when we get back
yes,
together.
absolutely.
We can
And
do
if
that.
there is RP you want to do with NPCs, I can either do that offline, one-on-one with you guys when it makes sense, or we can do. We can also fit that into the beginning of next session. That's fine too. I just want to put it out there that this is, I think, a very flexible time in the campaign where we can kind of do stuff offline
We can
and get
push
done.
through it
Yes.
if we
Yeah.
do some messages.
Can I make a Hell's Lore roll with automatic writing?
Before the end of the day.
Yeah. Just because it's a once per day ability.
Just in general, or
So the specific thing I want to know is the connection between dragons and the Hells. Like, what's the link that why they both might be helping hobgoblins? Like, the Hells I understand, but why are dragons? That's what I'm trying to figure
Helping
out.
versus using
I was
is
gonna say, well, there's also like if there's a big dragon that's in charge of this army, that's probably a Moloch blessed individual, then those dragons are working for him because he can kill them.
Hero point that bad boy. That's much better. That's much better. So it's occultism. That's a 37.
Okay.
To get my hero point. Well, then that one on the first. And this could wait if you want to also.
I think we can kind of
Okay. Cool.
cover this quickly. I think the long and the short of it is basically just that dragons, in many cases, at least chromatic dragons, the dragons that you guys have been interacting with, are largely beings of chaos. They are powerful, arcane beings that are historically evil and in different methods and different ways serve the forces of chaos. And so there is almost no inbuilt aversion to aligning with the Hells. Moloch's army is also fundamentally agents of chaos, on a different level, of course. But you have to understand, too, that dragons are not just beasts. They are intelligent creatures, oftentimes much more intelligent than the humanoids around them. They are just as capable of serving foul gods as any other chaotic being. They probably are smart enough to want something better in return, or trade, especially the nature of dragons. But I think the long and short of it is just that there is nothing separating a dragon from this type of behavior, really.
Okay.
Any more than there is a hobgoblin.
I think I'm kind of surprised because I think of like dragons, big egos, big power. Why would a dragon say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna listen to some hobgoblin"? Like that's why I'm confused. That's sort of the angle I'm taking is they are so powerful. Why would they take?
Why is this the position they're taking?
Yeah, it's like
subservient to.
Yeah, it seems like crazy to me that they would listen to a hobgoblin.
I don't think they're willfully subservient to them though. Like if
Also, I'm not
if
sure
if
that
they
any of
gotta
them
follow
are-
Azarkul,
yeah, the
like,
dragon.
then he's the head honcho, and all of them are under him.
And I haven't seen any indication that the dragons are taking orders from the hobgoblins. There's the case where Sarvith and the
Sarvith
Black
was
Dragon
riding the
were
Black
working
Dragon.
together, but
Yeah, and like because Sarvith was riding the Black Dragon, it looks like Sarvith is in charge, but like Sarvith can't carry the Black Dragon, so who knows?
Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm just even surprised that a dragon would listen to even a devil. Like,
Yeah.
I just imagine like dragons got.
The big two
I'm the big-
egotistical.
Yeah, I'm the big man on campus. Why would I listen to a devil? I'm better than a devil. Like that's my impression of
Good
dragons.
deal.
At least.
I think you have to remember that dragons are. They don't exist in some vacuum.
Yeah.
They, just like any other intelligent being
There's
in the
cowardly
realms,
dragons.
individualistic.
they're individuals
That
with
makes
their
sense.
own paths,
Okay.
their own histories, and not all of them are crazy powerful, right? Like they grew up from hatchlings too. Like they were children once as well when they were weak, relatively weak and unprepared. So yeah, I think it's more complicated than like sort of a
the classic sort of monster binary. They're people basically, more or
Yeah.
less.
But smarter.
Makes sense. Not every dragon is Smaug.
That's kind of what I think of as
People,
the
not
classic dragon. Like,
Yeah, I mean, and they all have tendencies, right? Like
Yeah.
they have tendencies toward hoarding and toward isolationism,
Also,
but that's not universal.
Also, Smaug was made by Morgoth and was a servant of Morgoth.
Interesting context, yeah.
So,
Forgot about that.
yeah, all the dragons were.
We're gonna call that day
Yep.
37.
Yep.
And so we'll kind of start in our
I'm
conversations
back, baby.
going forward. Day 38.
In a week?
We'll see
Let's
where
do
we
guys.
get for next week. Are we playing next week?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think we're on for like the
Yeah.
next 7 straight.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in. For,
And then, but
I haven't
then
checked
that's
my
over-
schedule,
Aside
but
from
yeah,
if
that sounds
there's
right.
Thanksgiving travel.
Probably not day before Thanksgiving.
Oh, fair.
We'll see.
Just depends
Maybe.
where people are.
Yeah.
Same. Don't know whereabouts will be.
I don't
We
necessarily have
I think
to-
a good idea for all the stuff Zach you mentioned makes a lot of sense to do over Slack. I think if we want to have any like character to character conversations, you just flag one of the days between, like in-game days between
Yeah.
now and then, and be
Yep.
like, hey, I would talk to Davian on this day or something.
Yep.
For
Yeah.
that, and that's for the like, just the group as a good way to
right.
bookmark it so that we can be like, okay, we're gonna jump to this. Like at the session, we can streamline being like, okay, we're gonna jump to this point of this day.
Mhm.
I
Something
think
like
that's
that.
perfectly fair.
And if people, depending on how far people are going for Thanksgiving and things, like we could maybe do a long weekend session, like on a Saturday or Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend or something. If people are around and available.
that
for
weekend.
it.
I'm probably gonna be
Just gone.
somewhere.
I am very flexible that week. I am off work
Same.
Monday through Friday, so
Oh, nice.
Same.
Burned through a lot of PTO this year. Not that I actually had PTO, but I used I went on vacation a lot.
Use a lot.
you have infinite.
I just mean, like, you know what I mean.
No. That I meant like
Just have, like,
if you don't have a limit, use a lot.
I mean,
I think I